Mumbai can overwhelm you. For Indians, it's both New York and LA, Hollywood and Wall Street. It offers the sensory overload of the world's second-largest country and intricate traditions crafted over millennia. It's a lot to take in if you only have a few days on this colorful but chaotic peninsula. I'm Nikki Eckstein, travel editor for Bloomberg Pursuits, and I'll show you how to make the most of Mumbai.
Order filled.
India is outpacing a slew of Western destinations to become the world's sixth largest business travel market. And the Oberoi, a sleek oasis in the middle of all the action, is perfect for business travelers.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Thank you.
Order
The staff is extremely thoughtful and detail-oriented.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Hi. Ma'am, welcome to the Oberoi. It's very refreshing in a weather like this one to have a sip.
Nowhere else have I been greeted with personally embroidered napkins and customized suites. Plus, the rooms are spacious, with comfortable beds and large work desks. Across the peninsula, you'll find the Gateway of India, Mumbai's most iconic monument. Though the city name was officially changed in 1995, most locals still call it Bombay. And just behind the Gateway is the Taj Mahal Palace, the city's most impressive hotel. If the Oberoi is all brains, the Taj is all beauty. As you wander the halls, you can feel the weight of Indian history, from the colonial styling to the modern-day masterpieces lining the hall. All the traffic and bustling markets in Mumbai can be dizzying, so yoga near the stunning pool offers a welcome respite.
Experience the luxury of this morning, so you can experience the complete vitality throughout the day.
When it comes to business dinners, head straight to the table, around the corner from the Taj. It's classy without being pretentious, and quiet enough for deal-making. That may be why the locals are obsessed with this spot. The menu is more trendy than traditional, with knockouts like sweet and sour Brussels sprouts and yellowfin tuna tataki. Plan to eat dinner late. 9 p.m. is standard. If you have a day off, escape the clamor of the city by hopping a ferry to Elephanta Island. Eventually, the city fades, and a sort of inner calm sets in. You'll be surrounded by sweet Indian children who toss snacks to flocks of seagulls that trail the boat. You can also hire a speedboat for about $500 to cut the journey from an hour to 25 minutes, but you'll miss the local color. On the island, you'll find a path with about 1,000 stairs and a handful of feisty monkeys. It leads to a series of amazing 5th century caves, lined with relief sculptures dedicated to the Hindu god of Shiva. If you can't make it across the water, you can stay right in the middle of Mumbai where there's plenty to see. Stop by a street-side coconut vendor. They're everywhere. And if you're still jet-lagged, the electrolytes will help. One of my favorite hole-in-the-walls in all of Mumbai is Shri Thakur Bhojanalaya. There's just one choice here: bright and flavorful Gujarati thalis, which are like all-you-can-eat sampler platters. The restaurant was passed down from father to son, and the son is very enthusiastic about his locally sourced cuisine. Since India has gone cashless, ask to add a 10% tip before settling the bill. You can also charge tips for bellhops and housekeeping back at the hotel. After lunch, hit the streets and find the perfect piece of India to take back home. D. Popley & Sons is a family affair where the owner keeps the real jewels hidden in the back room. The owner's son designs many of the pieces himself and sources the rest from Jaipur. Antiques are huge in India, but you can't take anything that's more than 100 years old out of the country. You can, however, pick up carved elephants and crystal drawer pulls salvaged from Maharaja palaces at Esaji's, just next door. Nearby at Phillips, I also found beautiful folk art figurines and an amazing vintage photo collection. For clothing, there's a great spot called Bungalow 8, hidden under the bleachers of Mumbai's biggest cricket stadium. It's tricky to find, but you'll be rewarded with the prettiest kaftans and block-printed scarves, all arranged by color. But back to business. If you have one last deal to close, head to Bombay Canteen. The menu is an ode to India's regional recipes and native ingredients, like red snapper ceviche in a kokum broth or Kashmiri lamb. And don't miss a drink at Air, the rooftop bar at the Four Seasons. Guest bartenders shake up some of the city's best sundowners. Go to make one last impression with colleagues. Or let Bombay make one last impression on you.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
With SUVs growing in popularity, it only made sense to get some on this show. So in this review, we're going to compare 3 of the best rated luxury SUVs on the market. This isn't going to be easy. We've got our hands on an Audi Q5, a Porsche Cayenne GTS, and a BMW X5. I've decided to spend a day in the Hamptons with each of them to get an in-depth look.
Now this is the Q5, it's Audi's mid-size SUV, and it starts at about $41,000, which is way more affordable than the other 2 cars that we're looking at.
This is kind of like the iPhone of luxury SUVs. It's designed so well, but it's also affordable within the segment.
This is a 4-cylinder, all-wheel drive, 7-speed automatic with paddle shifters, 252 horsepower, and there's no lag. Immediate power, immediate response. The minute you step on the gas, you're there. Q5 has by far the most futuristic interior of the 3 cars. It's minimal, it's clean. The sunroof spans the entire width of the ceiling. It's really cool. There's plenty of room for 5 adults, lots of headroom, but this is the smallest car of the ones that we're testing.
The trunk is 29 cubic feet, which is in the middle of our range. A family on a trip might have trouble fitting everything in.
There are other cars that are more powerful, that look more distinct, but it's also really affordable, and Audi has really kind of hit a sweet spot.
So how did it add up? The immediate response really made me feel in control. The horsepower was a little weaker at 252, and the 22 mile per gallon means that this is in the middle of the road. Looks-wise, it was a bit conservative. It's the smallest of our three, but with a sleek interior. And the pricing is the best at $41,000.
Now this is the BMW X5 Hybrid. That means it gets 56 miles per gallon combined between the electric motor and the conventional engine. This car starts at $62,000, so it's right in the middle of our group. The electric motor and the engine switch off depending on what drive mode, how fast you're going, all of that.
What you won't find out from the stats on the website is how big this car feels when you sit in it and how small it drives. It's a nice balance.
So the interior, it's not as futuristic, it's not as clean and modern feeling, but it's also a little less full of buttons and levers and gauges. This does feel like it's the roomiest of the three. I think a lot of it has to do with the natural light. The most visibility for sure.
And with the seats in use, the trunk still comes up with nearly 36 cubic feet, which is massive. To recap, the handling was exceptional. 308 horsepower is middle of our range, and an amazing 56 miles per gallon with the combined electric motor. It was sporty without being over-aggressive. The roomiest, but with a toned-down interior. And at $62,000, it's mid-range for our selection.
Now the third car in our group is the Porsche Cayenne GTS. This is a higher-tuned version of Porsche's Cayenne, and it starts fittingly at $97,000. That's by far the most expensive of any car of our group, and it's also the most powerful. Porsche was among the first of the luxury car makers to introduce an SUV. It really sets the standard for a lot of things. The engine here is a 3.6-liter V6 twin turbocharged engine, 440 horsepower with almost double the horsepower of the Audi, 443 foot-pounds of torque, and you definitely feel it when you push the gas pedal. The thing that you notice are the buttons and levers and knobs and vents. So if you're someone who likes this cockpit stuff to play with, you're gonna love this car.
This trunk was actually the smallest at 24 cubic feet, but after you put the seats down, you'll get by. It drives fast, it feels really luxurious inside, it's really striking to look at, it just costs a lot of money. Okay, this car was the most powerful. 440 horsepower, 434 foot-pounds of torque. Unfortunately, only 19 miles per gallon combined. This is a true sports car in SUV form. It had decent space and the interior was loaded with gadgets. But the downside, I'd say, is price. $97,000 means this car will dig deep into your wallet. The luxury SUV segment is a competitive field. There are a lot of really confident players, and these three are all excellent vehicles. However, after 3 days of driving, I felt the BMW checked the most boxes in terms of performance, agility, style, and value. Was it the fastest or the most powerful? No. But it was the most versatile while moderately priced for a luxury SUV. With the largest interior, the most visibility, and the fact that it's a hybrid with a 56 miles per gallon rating, that just pushes it over the edge. This car has a great value and anyone would be happy to have it.
Are in lockdown mode, and unfortunately Disney is bearing the brunt of it.
The perfect sports car should combine sexy good looks with nimble steering, aggressive power, and a high-quality cabin. It'll be expensive, but not so pricey that it's out of reach for everyone. Porsche, Mercedes, and Jaguar have 3 of the top sports cars on offer today. But which is the best for you? Let's get the numbers out of the way. All 3 cars have impressive stats. The Porsches come just slightly behind the Benz and the Jag, but each is a thrill to drive in its own way.
This is the 2017 Porsche 911 Carrera Cabriolet. The engine in this is a 420 horsepower, 6-cylinder boxer engine mounted in the rear. This is Porsche's famous engine.
It's difficult to describe the feeling when you get behind the wheel. This is where that mystical Porsche X factor comes in. The rear-wheel drive on 20-inch Carrera S wheels and Porsche torque vectoring grip the road better than any other model in our group. The AMG GTS is faster and more fun to drive than any other Mercedes. I think it feels like a rocket ship.
This car has a lot to offer. It has that amazing V8 engine, it has the horsepower, it has the torque.
Of course, if you're not careful, the rear-wheel drive AMG will fishtail forward with a mind of its own. That said, it's amazing in a straight line. This is the 2-door coupe Jaguar debuted in 2015 as a way to get back in the game. And the company did it with flying colors.
The handling is great. I mean, this car is so perfectly balanced. It's really a treat to drive, especially on windy roads.
The torque that you feel when you drive it is the most impressive of the group. But it's not as connected to the road as the 911, nor as smooth as the AMG. It is tight when it comes to steering and braking. The 911 is eminently recognizable, yet after all these years, it still impresses. The front end is flirtatious, the rear is muscly, and the headlights are friendly. This is Mercedes' bad boy halo car meant to recall the glorious Gullwing SL that Mercedes made in the 1960s. The idea is that its sexy allure will attract young new fans to the brand.
This is the car you want to get to make a really loud statement.
The Jag is all muscles and roar, punched up at the seams like a football player. If you kind of like a hunky mass of metal and gears under your foot, this one is the car for you. Porsche was the first sporting brand to introduce the PDK paddle shift technology, which is quicker and better for city driving than the manual. There is also a back seat in this option, something the other 2 don't have.
Now, I don't know if you put anybody in that backseat except for maybe your dog or someone you don't like, but it is back there and you can use it in a pinch.
Inside, I loved how the Mercedes looks. It has crazy octopus-like round dials all the way through the center and the dash, and everything felt thick and rich. There is plenty to see inside the Jaguar. Lots of loud blue stitching, performance seats, and even a handle for the front passenger to hold onto for dear life. This is the least well done of our 3 when it comes to interior quality and design, but it's still pretty great. The bottom line? You can't go wrong with any of these incredible machines. But if you want the whole package at the best value, the 911 is the clear winner. Sure, it's not as aggressive looking as the AMG, and it has less power than the Jag, but its incredible connection to the ground, its cozy perfect German handling, its superior suspension, and its minimal but quality interior mean the 911 Carrera S Cabriolet more than stands its ground. When you hear the word Ferrari, you probably think fast, sleek, or maybe risque. What you don't think is practical. And Ferrari is not the first car you think to take to pick up your Christmas tree. But that's exactly what I did. I drove a Ferrari GTC4 Lusso 2 hours outside of New York City to Barclays, a fourth-generation orchard and tree farm. I wanted to test out Ferrari practicality.
Welcome to Barclays Tree Farm. I'm Steve Barclay.
I'm Hannah Elliott.
Nice to meet you. Should go find your perfect tree?
Let's do it.
Excellent.
What kind of trees are these?
We've got Douglas fir and Norway spruce in here.
This looks great.
So this is the one,
Yeah,
huh?
I like it. It's good.
Okay, let's do it.
There's not exactly enough room in the back for a tree, but the Lusso has all you need for this errand. It's a 4-seat hatchback that Ferrari debuted last year. Plus, the Lusso has something really helpful, practical even. It's higher off the ground than a standard Rari. Getting in and out wasn't the usual awkward struggle I often have with low sports cars. I would even call this shockingly drivable.
This is the perfect Ferrari for people who love to drive. And I know that sounds crazy because it's the hatchback Ferrari, but the thing about the car is it has a V12 680 horsepower engine on all-wheel drive. That means it has the beating heart of a Ferrari track car that will compete with anything from Lamborghini, McLaren, built into this package that is totally functional.
And an elaborate traction and stability system in the rear that Ferrari calls thrust vectoring. Basically, it smooths out the car's response to unstable conditions like snow, ice, or bumpy roads.
I mean, I had this buying holiday decorations at Target. We had the tree on the top. I had this in snow and slush and ice, and it performs so well.
Inside, the front feels like a very luxurious cockpit, which makes sense after all, the word lusso means luxury in Italian. The back is spacious enough for a couple of adults, and it roars from 0 to 62 in 3.4 seconds. Top speed is 208. So what gives? Why did Ferrari make a practical car? Well, to hold on to its most loyal fans. Now, there are rumors that Ferrari will unveil an SUV in 2018, but until then, it hopes to keep Ferrari customers in the family with the Lusso. So hang on, Ferrari fans. Next year, maybe Santa will leave a prancing pony SUV in the driveway. Until then, the Lusso will do. Wow, this is a Callaway Corvette Aerowagon. It is the most powerful car made in the US, period. It's supercharged with the supercharger pushing up all the way through the hood. 757 horsepower, this car will go from 0 to 60 in 2.7 seconds, which is nuts. So let's put it to the test. I'm going to head out to Rockaway for lunch, and we'll see what this beauty can do. So Callaway, the very same name that engineers golf clubs, modifies these Corvettes. And in this Aerowagon, the main upgrade is the supercharged engine, and it's so fast.
The fuel efficiency is 27 miles per gallon at speed on the highway. That's like prime optimum conditions, but it's still pretty incredible considering most cars with 757 horsepower get like 12 to 13 miles per gallon.
So the Aerowagon part of the Callaway Corvette is totally new this year. It's a huge departure from what a typical Corvette looks like, and that's by design. The trunk is enormous, and that's what you're really getting by choosing to have this option. The interior is just like the regular Corvette that you'd buy directly from GM. It's very much like a cockpit. So the Belt Parkway isn't exactly the Autobahn, but I was able to get a feel for the strength of the supercharger, and I made it down to Rockaway Beach in no time flat. Hannah! The starting price is about $130,000. The money goes toward the engineering that makes this car so powerful and fast. But still, that is so much cheaper than what you might find at Ferrari or McLaren or Lamborghini. This can keep up with all of those cars, and it's far less expensive. Sometimes I don't trust love at first sight, not even when a car looks this good. So I decided to put the Tesla Model X through its paces for 5 days in the mountains along the California coast. I needed to know, was this just a crush or a lasting love affair? I first drove the $151,000 SUV briefly in Los Angeles last year, and at the time thought it was one of the best cars I'd ever tested. But a 340-mile road trip can make or break any relationship. One push of the button and the Model X will automatically route your trip according to where the superchargers line up. It probably won't be the fastest route, but you know you won't run out of juice. We were on our way. It was the start of something beautiful. The seats are situated high inside, but they're easy to access, even the back row. And the interior cabin is so quiet I could hear crickets chirping outside as I drove, with the windows up. The car has almost no body roll around corners, and it handled beautifully on a sandy beach. I will say that the battery gauge can be deceiving. It doesn't decrease at a stable rate, so you can jump down in range a lot quicker than you expect. We left this morning with a full charge, and we've been driving for 4 hours or so, so we're down to about 77 miles on the battery. So I asked the car to find us the closest supercharger, and we're driving there now, and we should get there in about 12 minutes. Turns out I had some major time to kill. Hey, Grandma. Oh, nothing much. How are you?
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Back on the road, I could focus on the feel of the all-wheel drive, test the 3.2 second 0 to 60 mile per hour sprint time, and the 762 equivalent horsepower. It feels really fast when you push down the gas pedal. The brakes are regenerative, so you have to get used to their different feel. I never really did. And the automatic front doors can be tricky. They open when you least expect it. At the end of this trip, I realized the real question here is not, should you buy this car, but do you want to join the electric lifestyle? You really do feel virtuous when you drive it. No fossil fuels here. But owning an electric car saps your time and energy if you're not deliberate about charging. It makes it harder to be spontaneous and free. And you have to be okay with giving up the raw, pure feeling of driving a mechanical car. But if you are that kind of driver, the kind that wants to be on the cutting edge of luxury and technology, you're going to fall in love.
The season is upon us, and everyone, including me, is thinking about what to pour for all those holiday gatherings. Hi, I'm Aileen McCoy, here to talk about the holidays and wine. I've picked 3 under $30. Yes, $30. The first wine is a white. It's the 2016 Abbazia di Novicella Kerner, and it costs only $20. Kerner is an exotic white varietal, but what you really need to know is that translates into deliciousness. This wine is also from an unusual varietal, and unusual, obscure varietals are really in right now. It has fantastic aroma. It has lovely zingy fruit flavors, which are very bright and crisp, so that you feel the wine is bigger, richer, and will go with something that is really quite serious in terms of food. Now we're ready for the red. It's the 2014 Chateau Cartier from Saint-Emilion in Bordeaux, and it costs $27. Classic Bordeaux's do not all cost $100 and up and have to be aged for decades. This is made from 100% Merlot. It's ready to drink right now. Let's taste. It has lovely plum and cassis aromas, just the way a Bordeaux is supposed to, and charming fruit that's really delicious, along with silky tannins. Because it's so fruity and easy to drink, it will go with everything from roast turkey with dressing to a juicy prime rib, and it's perfect for white wine snobs to sip at a cocktail party. Now for the best, the sparkling wine. This is the Schramsberg Mirabelle Brut from California, and it's only $25. It's a blend of Chardonnay and Pinot Noir, and it was aged in 19th century caves on Diamond Mountain. Now let's pop the cork. Bubbles are essential for the holidays and look festive in a glass. The smell of this wine is like just baked brioche, and the flavors are lemony tart and so refreshing. Keep a few bottles in the fridge for when friends stop by or when you need to perk yourself up while you're cooking. Cheers.
When you hear the word Ferrari, you probably think fast, sleek, or maybe risque. What you don't think is practical. And Ferrari is not the first car you think to take to pick up your Christmas tree. But that's exactly what I did. I drove a Ferrari GTC4 Lusso 2 hours outside of New York City to Barclays, a fourth-generation orchard and tree farm. I wanted to test out Ferrari practicality.
Welcome to Barclays Tree Farm. I'm Steve Barclay.
I'm Hannah Elliott.
Nice to meet you. Should go find your perfect tree?
Let's do it.
Excellent.
What kind of trees are these?
We've got Douglas fir and Norway spruce in here.
This looks great.
So this is the one,
yeah,
huh?
I like it. It's good.
Okay, let's do it.
There's not exactly enough room in the back for a tree, but the Lusso has all you need for this errand. It's a 4-seat hatchback that Ferrari debuted last year. Plus, the Lusso has something really helpful, practical even. It's higher off the ground than a standard Rari. Getting in and out wasn't the usual awkward struggle I often have with low sports cars. I would even call this shockingly drivable.
This is the perfect Ferrari for people who love to drive. And I know that sounds crazy because it's the hatchback Ferrari, but the thing about the car is it has a V12 680 horsepower engine on all-wheel drive. That means it has the beating heart of a Ferrari track car that will compete with anything from Lamborghini, McLaren, built into this package that is totally functional.
And an elaborate traction and stability system in the rear that Ferrari calls thrust vectoring. Basically, it smooths out the car's response to unstable conditions like snow, ice, or bumpy roads.
I mean, I had this buying holiday decorations at Target. We had the tree on the top. I had this in snow and slush and ice, and it performs so well.
Inside, the front feels like a very luxurious cockpit, which makes sense after all, the word lusso means luxury in Italian. The back is spacious enough for a couple of adults, and it roars from 0 to 62 in 3.4 seconds. Top speed is 208. So what gives? Why did Ferrari make a practical car? Well, to hold on to its most loyal fans. Now, there are rumors that Ferrari will unveil an SUV in 2018, but until then, it hopes to keep Ferrari customers in the family with the Lusso. So hang on, Ferrari fans. Next year, maybe Santa will leave a prancing pony SUV in the driveway. Until then, the Lusso will do.
The design of this soy sauce bottle goes back to 1945 in Japan. A teenager named Kenji Ekwan had witnessed the aftermath of the atomic bomb falling on his hometown Hiroshima and was mourning the loss of his sister and father. After seeing the devastation, Ekwan's path changed. He first enrolled as a Buddhist monk, following in the footsteps of his father, but instead he decided to become a creator of things and bring happiness to people. As a young designer, Ekwan got a contract to design a tabletop soy sauce bottle for food company Kikkoman. Soy sauce is a must for Japanese meals, but it was originally sold in big bottles that were hard to hold. It took Ekwan 3 years and about 100 prototypes to complete the design in 1961. The result is a small glass bottle with a narrow neck, a shape reminiscent of traditional Japanese sake flasks. It allows you to see how much sauce is left. It's stable on surfaces and comfortable to hold. The inward angle of the tip of the spout is also perfect at preventing drips and controlling flow. The design of the little soy sauce bottle was just the start of Ekwan's great journey. He also went on to create other icons of Japanese design. In Japan, Ekwan has become almost as recognizable as his bottle, and 50 years later still appeared in commercials for the soy sauce. Today, the bottle can be found on the tables of homes and restaurants in more than 100 countries. And in 2015, the bottle was even exhibited at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. Simple but elegant, this is the design made to create a small moment of happiness. without you even knowing it. The design of this shoe starts in Oregon in 1981, and with a man called Tinker Hatfield. He was an architect for Nike, hired to draw up offices and showrooms on the company's campus. After making a statement on the outside of the buildings, he was asked to join the designers on the inside. In a race to develop sneakers, a former NASA engineer had recently introduced the idea of sealing air bubbles in the soles for extra comfort and performance. But competition was fierce, and Nike still needed an edge. Hatfield headed to Paris in search of inspiration. While he was there, he visited the Pompidou Center, a radical building famous for its inside-out design, which exposed the building's components, like escalators and heating pipes, for everyone to see. Hatfield decided to apply the same principle to his own design, revealing the inner workings of his shoe by making the air cushioning system visible. The marketing team thought the air bubble would seem like a weakness, but the Nike Air Max 1 was an instant hit when it launched in 1987. Originally, pairs sold for $75. Now they go for double that. Today, Tinker Hatfield is one of the most successful shoe designers in the world. He even created those legendary self-lacing sneakers of Back to the Future fame. Stylish and innovative, this is the design that stayed one step ahead, simply by being turned inside out.
London, it's easy to recognize. But look closely at a map. In the very centre, there's a 1 square mile cutout. This is the City of London, which lives in a city named London. The city has its own mayor, laws, and police force. In fact, it behaves more like a separate country within the United Kingdom. This is because the city's been around for much longer than the UK. It was built by the Romans and has remained semi-autonomous ever since. To embody its fiery independence, the city's emblem is a dragon, not a bad choice. You'll spot these statues. They guard the boundary of the square mile. Nowadays, the city's arguably the financial capital of the world. And London is the world's biggest foreign exchange market. But the city has a tiny residential population. Every weekday, workers flood into the banks, law firms and offices which fill the square mile. But it's not all work. This is 1 p.m. You might say no surprise here, city workers having a drink, but attitudes are changing. The legendary long lunch at the pub is now seen as a bit of a macho relic. In 2017, Lloyd's of London, the legendary insurance market, told its employees the party's over. No more drinks during office hours. But as you can see, not everyone got the memo. Because here's the rub of it. The city had a bit of a reputation. When the after-work crowd go home, the place becomes a ghost town. But that's changing, and leading the way are some high-flying dining spots. Sitting on top of the Heron Tower is the Duck and Waffle. It offers 24/7 service with a hell of a view. This is about as refined as a 24-hour Waffle House gets. But the most talked about new guest, who's reinventing the city's reputation, is called the Ned. Over £500 million has been spent turning this old bank into a private members club and hotel. With 8 restaurants in the lobby and a bar that stays open till 4 a.m, the Ned's injected some late-night atmosphere into the city. This is, after all, the oldest part of London, and following an injection of fun and flavour, it's throwing down a challenge to the rest of the city, shaking off its stuffy reputation.
To make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyway.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Light Bright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it. and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, it is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
Khan's parents emigrated to Pakistan. His father was
bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Sven Cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker, so when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. It's got to practice. You've got to be able to judge material temperatures. You've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's the stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, and you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives. So we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom. So as soon as I had one, I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something. It just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first case that we focused on later was the hacking program, and that really sort of foreshadowed and caused skepticism of the use and abuse of technology.
That's Vernon Silver,
I'm a reporter for Numbers Investigation.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, and then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman. But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange was not hacked as far as we know.
That's Eli Lake.
I am
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning, who used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral video.
Come on, fire! It was a vivid, graphic video that changed the face of the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map
Those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
problem with publishing those cables is that the number of confidential sources
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them.
Actually by the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in territory.
I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life.
to be an office in an embassy.
There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we
WikiLeaks
do.
has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners.
When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton.
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign...
We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank.
So this is where we stand today. The public
Once
still
that
doesn't know
foundation is
what
started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together.
documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence.
Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging.
Has a connection to the world.
You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you.
The embassy, maybe he leaves, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work is being done.
Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
The design of this little trees car freshener goes way back to 1952 in Watertown, New York, and an unhappy milkman who was complaining to one of his customers about the bad smell of spoiled milk. Lucky for him, he was talking to Julius Salmon, a Jewish chemist who'd fled from Nazi Germany and spent time living in the forests of Canada studying the aroma of alpine trees. After his chance encounter with the milkman, Salmon started to create paper soaked in natural pine oil. A string was also attached to stop people getting the perfume all over their hands.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice.
The freshener was originally in the shape of a buxom pinup girl, but Salmon changed his design to the pine tree we know today. This allowed the cellophane wrapper to be rolled down slowly, so the fragrance would last that little bit longer. As the automotive industry took off, so did little trees, filling the air with classics like Black Ice, Royal Pine, Vanilla Roma, and of course, new car scent. Fragrant and affordable, this is the design that brings you the heady aroma of a Canadian woodland, whether you're in a milk cart or a taxi cab. The design of this bottle started in Terre Haute, Indiana in 1915. At the time, Coca-Cola was being sold at soda fountains, or in a glass bottle called a Hutchinson. But this simple, straight-sided bottle was easy to copy, and imitations were flooding the market. The solution? A national contest for a new bottle that would make Coca-Cola stand out. even if the bottle were broken or you touched it in the dark. The Root Glass Company got to work on their competition entry, looking up the word coca in the encyclopedia, and coming across an illustration for a cocoa pod. The curvy, ridge shape appealed to the team, who used it as the basis for their winning design. The first bottles hit the shelves just a year later, with the added touch of the glass being colored German green, later changed to Georgia green, in honor of the Coca-Cola Company's home state. Sleek and iconic, this is the design that's flaunted its curves to become the trademark of the most popular drink in the world.
You've been open since 1982, which is a long time, especially for a bank in this day and age when it can be difficult to even, survive a crisis. So many of them go away. Tell us about, what a black bank is. It's African American owned in the sense that it's depositors?
Yep. So we are black owned, and as we say, we are unapologetically black. We used to see ourselves as a community bank that happened to be black owned, but really now our strategy, and has been for about the past 5 years, to really focus on the fact that we are black owned, because our community really needs someone to speak and an authentic voice about issues that are confronting our community. Maybe about 5 years ago, we started focusing on being black owned, and since then there has been this movement, this Bank Black movement, what it's really trying to do is to get the black community to use its $1.2 trillion to both deposit in black banks and to use it to really invest in black businesses and to start doing business with each other so that we could grow the economy in our community.
How has the way that people think about black economic empowerment changed over the years?
So for us, it has changed drastically, really through the use of technology. Not only are we located in Boston, Miami, and LA, we're also the first Black internet bank or online bank. And so people can open up an account with us from anywhere in the country. And we have customers here in New York, as well as in Utah and in Denver. And, you know, I could name cities across the country where we have customers. And so part of it is that we are now, as a community, connected through the internet. And that has been a drastic change in terms of how Black people have really viewed themselves and viewed the opportunity to bank Black and to buy Black and to do business
Now,
with
are
each
your
other.
standards different when it comes to, say, lending and when it comes to giving out credit cards? It would seem that that would be one way of maybe helping a community that traditionally has had a harder time getting loans.
So we do offer services that other large banks do not. As an example, about 30% of our community has a check systems record, which means that they can't open up a bank account somewhere else. And we offer a second chance checking account, so to give them another opportunity to open up an account. Or we have a secured credit card to help people rebuild their credit. So there are products that we offer that are really tailored to the needs of our community. But there's also the other side of it that a lot of people don't want to talk about. The FDIC does a study every year, and it showed that for national banks, only 1% of their lending goes to the Black community.
Right.
So we represent 14% of the population, but only 1% of their lending.
Which is funny because, you know, buying houses and buying big things that you need a lot of loans for is something that's traditionally been sort of sold to the Black community in a very strong way.
Yes, and it's really an opportunity to build wealth, but we're not able to get the loans. Whereas when they looked at Black banks, 67% of our lending goes to the Black community. So there is a huge difference in terms of who is serving the Black community for financial services.
So when you're trying to get more interest around, you said the use of technology played a crucial part. How much of it is driven by Black millennials?
A lot of it. It's sort of interesting because they've had recently sort of studies that have been done about how Black millennials and millennials in general are using technology and using social media. You know, we're very big in social media, which a lot of banks have really shied away from because that's the way to get the word out to millennials. And millennials, you know, if you think about it, I'm a baby boomer. And the technology that really came out for us was really related to spending. I mean, it's probably hard for a lot of your audience to remember when ATMs didn't exist. Remember, ATMs were, you know, sort of created in our lifetime. And debit cards, I mean, so there are a lot of things that really helped us more conveniently spend money. Now there's technology to help people save money. And that's what millennials are doing. They are actually using technology to save money, to invest, and to recognize that they need to make their money work for them.
Terry, what is the one or two things that people come into you, because I presume you meet clients and you meet customers all the time, and say, this is a problem for us. It's not a problem in the economy at large. It is a problem. Help me.
Well, the basic thing is that the Black community really did not feel that banks were for them. Like, we have people that come to us and say, this is the first time I've been excited about banking, like, period. Like, forget what we could do with a bank, but just even be excited to feel welcomed. So that's the number one thing, is that people are starting to say, hey, banking is for me. And they walk into a branch and say, I've never been in a bank before. They could be 50, 60 years old. They're like, I've never been in a bank before. So that's number one. The second is really thinking of banking as being not just a place that you deposit your money and don't think about, but to recognize that your deposit has power. There's certain social justice movements that we've gotten involved in, whether it's Black Lives Matter, whether it's Black Money Matters. I mean, we have expressed our voice that these things are important. And so where consumers are looking, and Black consumers are looking at us and saying, my money matters. The fact that I'm putting it into whether it's a local credit union or a local community bank or a Black bank does make a difference. And so the combining of your money and your deposit, specifically in social justice, is where the millennials are coming from.
Of the many satisfying moments in the recent Winter Olympics, it's hard to top the U.S. women's hockey team defeating Canada in a shootout and winning the gold medal. That victory is helping the National Women's Hockey League, the first paid women's pro hockey league, shine a light on the sport and inspire the next generation of female athletes. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, I sat down with Danny Ryland, founder and commissioner of the NWHL. And I began by asking Danny about increased demand for women's hockey following the historic win by Team USA.
But they have contracts with.
I mean, it was just an amazing experience just to see those women win gold. I mean, ever since Maddie Rooney made that last save in the shootout, I mean, our players have been walking taller. There's been a great buzz around the women's game, and anytime you can have, that type of TV rating, parlayed with a gold medal, I mean, just the exposure that's brought our game has been unbelievable.
Yeah, the buzz it's generated is really something else. Has sponsorship gotten easier because of it? And I wonder whether individual players, some of the stars from Team USA, will be able to get individual sponsorship deals that will then make it easier for the league to strike these deals.
Of course, I mean, anytime there's international exposure, the conversations become a lot easier with sponsors. They know about the women's game, they know some of the stars in the game, and it just kind of makes the barrier to entry a little easier because we're not introducing them to a new sport. They're already aware. So it has made our lives a little bit easier, and we expect it to continue to go in a positive direction.
Now, there's been a lot of changes since you founded the league in 2015. Among them is that 2 of your clubs now have the backing and the resources of NHL clubs. And I'm talking here about the Riveters, which formed a partnership with the New Jersey Devils, and the Buffalo Sabres owner bought the Buttes in Buffalo as well. Does that create imbalance with the other 2 teams that don't have that backing?
No, I think it actually helps us raise the bar across the league. Obviously we want our teams in the hands of the best owners and operators, and the NHL clubs do it best. So I think it's a rally cry to the other clubs to say, like, all right, let's get another deal done. So we've definitely hit our stride this upcoming season. It's an interesting phase of the business that we're entering into.
Yeah. So the goal is to then get those other 2 franchises to get owners as well.
Yes, I mean, the uptick that we've seen in the 2 markets that have the relationship with the NHL clubs has been noteworthy, and so if we can replicate that and kind of come up with the perfect blueprint, not only with our current clubs but potential expansion markets as well.
All right. Now, under your original plan, NWHL offered contracts of up to $26,000 a year. About 6 weeks into last season, you unexpectedly had to cut salaries by 40 to 50% to preserve the league's future. What's been the effect on player retention?
The players have actually been amazing. They understood the change. They know that we are a startup business and that we do whatever we can for them. And they were our greatest ambassadors during that hard moment. And it was definitely difficult. It was the hardest decision that I had to make as a commissioner. But the way that they reacted, the way that they continued to be great ambassadors for the game, really spoke highly of them. And we retained almost all of our players. And then this year, we've seen a great uptick in the game as well.
What's the path forward to getting salaries back to the levels they were at?
Yeah, it's all about scale. We need to scale the business where the sports business, really scales, and that's on the sponsorship side and the media side. So having the Olympics really factor in that. Over 3 million viewers, having our All-Star game generate over 500,000 viewers on our Twitter Game of the Week. I mean, those are really the areas that really change the business. And coming with that comes an opportunity for more sponsors, and obviously $150,000 sponsorship is the same as selling 10,000 tickets in Buffalo, so it's really what changes the business.
That's a great way to compare it. Dunkin' Donuts was one of your first sponsors, in fact, the first. Additional sponsors didn't necessarily follow suit. Why do you think that was?
They actually signed on the second month of our very first season, so they are incredibly progressive in their thinking, and they understand that this is an opportunity. Before the Olympics, girls hockey was the second fastest growing sport in the United States, and that's not going to slow down anytime soon. And so we think that our time is now, and the sponsors are going to start to step up. And when we can show the return on investment that Dunkin' has had from the 3 years they've been with us, I think it's going to be easier for more sponsors to follow.
All right, well, let's talk about broadcasting. You stream games live on your website, I know. You also partnered with Cheddar on Sling TV, Amazon, Twitter, and Facebook Live. What kind of interest, if any, have you seen from the traditional broadcasters?
We've seen a little bit as far as highlights are concerned, but being able to broadcast our games on a linear broadcast has been a challenge. So I think as we continue to prove our product, obviously the Olympics and the viewership they saw is going to help us as well. But it kind of starts with starts with one. And so we were very fortunate to have the distribution deal with Twitter this season and covering our game of the week, and to really show them that these are the fans tuning in. This is a brand of hockey that hockey fans enjoy watching, and the more data that we can collect, the easier those conversations will become.
And the other big thing that happened over the last couple of years was that the U.S. women's national team won a big wage battle with USA Hockey. What kind of effect did that have on the NWHL? I know you supported them, but did that have a material effect on you?
Not a material effect, but the more that women's hockey can be in the headlines, and the more that these women are empowered to stand up for themselves and to get that equality, it's great for not only women's hockey, but for women's sports. So I think it had a direct impact because of that. And we were there to support them, and we always plan to do that.
And that was my conversation with Danny Ryland. She is commissioner of the National Women's Hockey League. In the fight for gender equality, there are new warriors in the halls of U.S. business schools, men. The nonprofit group Forte Foundation has been training male business students to become part of its Men as Allies program. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, I sat down with Elisa Sangster. She is executive director of Forte, to talk about the organization's efforts to launch women into careers in business.
The business schools, each of them have established in a little bit of a different way, but they all found kind of the structure that worked for them. So the men work with the women's student group to establish this organization, and we've provided them with a toolkit. So really a step-by-step process of how to get this effectively started on your campus. They have a whole curriculum of conversations that they do in terms of programming. Some of them go out to hike a mountain and sit down and talk about these issues at the top of the mountain. Some of them go go and have a small group dinner where they can actually have one-on-one guided conversations with questions that they can talk about. So it just depends on the group, and they try to do a variety of programming so that they can engage men and women who are on various ends of the spectrum into this conversation.
Based on what you've seen through your years at the Forte Foundation, do men and women have different ideas about how men can best serve as allies to women in business school?
It's a good question, and some of the things that we heard from the women, especially women who were resistant to this, were we don't need white knights, and so they didn't like the white knighting piece. They wanted the men to come in and join them side by side, but they didn't need them to come in and save the day. And for some of these organizations, that tension caused a little bit of a problem getting the organization started. But the good thing is they worked through it, they reapproached, and they came up with a better way to do it. And the men were open and interested in making these things successful, and that was helpful, I think.
In terms of numbers, what have you seen? Are we talking about 100% participation by the men, or is there a threshold at which you know that this has legs?
So I think what we're seeing is that the chapters have grown. So we've gone from a handful of chapters, 5 to 6, up to 25 right now out of our 52 partner business schools. But on each campus, they take a little bit of a different approach. Some of them are trying to get 100% of the men to sign a pledge, and then others are really looking at the population, 20, 30, 40%, who are interested in diving deep into this conversation and really making an impact in that way. So it's different depending on the campus.
Now, this initiative was introduced in 2016. Obviously, a lot has happened since 2016. What have you learned from the whole process?
That I think it's a really important conversation to be having early, and I think to start in a positive place where it's men saying we want to be supportive instead of men feeling attacked and possibly isolated from the conversation. I think what Male Allies does is give them the entree into the conversation that they need, and we do see across that spectrum that men are often interested in supporting but unsure where to start and what kind of things they should be saying and doing to be those male allies. And so that's why I think it's important to train them as early as possible.
This sounds very much like a product of its time. It can only happen at this period of time with this group of people, the millennials. To what extent do you see the same level of enthusiasm from people who are from a different demographic, an older generation, for instance?
Right. I think that they're sensitive and interested in it, and especially because many of those people are in leadership. They're hearing about it. How can we as an organization address this? How can we develop something to share within our entire corporation? But I think what's different about this is that these are young leaders who are moving into an organization, and they're saying very actively, we want a voice in this, and we have something to say, and we want you to listen. So top down is good, but it's not good enough. We want to also see bottom up and side to side conversations.
They see themselves as agents of this process.
Absolutely, absolutely.
What is the next step then? Because eventually these business school men and women will graduate, they will go into jobs or start their own companies. How do you maintain your influence from that point on?
Well, it's interesting because we have seen 3 or 4 years of graduates, and they are starting to reach back to us, and they've said, hey, I'm experiencing X, Y, and Z in the workplace, and I really think what we did in business school could easily apply in the corporate world. So over the last year, we've been collecting data from them, kind of their own experiences. We've done additional research, and we've also been talking to companies, especially if they have some kind of grassroots movement. And I do think that business school, this program is unique to business school, and I don't think you're seeing it as pervasively within a company or in the corporate structure. So these students are still taking the grassroots approach, and they're saying we think that this is the most effective way to do it. Training is important, and definitely we want our leaders to be bought in, but we think that having that conversation early is what prepares you to be the best business leader.
What kinds of companies are participants, are willing participants here?
It's companies from a lot of different industries. We've seen companies in tech, in consumer packaged goods, in finance, all across the board. There are companies involved in this. Again, it's more the men who are reaching out to us in those industries. It's not necessarily the companies saying, sign us up.
That was my conversation with Elisa Sangster. She's Executive Director of the Forte. Thanks to the Me Too movement, Hollywood is in self-reflection mode about creating a safer work environment for women. There's now a website aggregating reviews from exclusively female critics. Cherry Picks is taking on male-dominated opinion sites like Rotten Tomatoes. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workplace, I sat down with the founder of Cherry Picks, Miranda Bailey, and I began by asking what specific need her business fulfills.
We're kind of cherry picking the female critical voice out of film, television, video games, basically anywhere where there's art criticism and media criticism, so we can have a platform to see what women think about it. In terms of women, it's very complicated because there's not that many of them on Rotten Tomatoes compared to the men. I mean, it's less than a quarter. So in order for us to us being females, to have a voice and know what females think about something, it's really hard when there's an overwhelmingly male, voice shouting at you or saying, this is how it should be.
What are the financial consequences of that gender imbalance among film critics? How does it make its way through the industry?
Well, I don't really know about financial, situation. For me, it's about the consumer. I mean, in Hollywood, we've been talking about we need more women behind the camera, we need more women's stories, more women writers, more women actors, everything like that. And, I'm a film producer and actor and director, and it's really easy to say we need it, and it's a lot harder to make it happen because at the end of the day, Hollywood follows the consumers. And if the consumers are being told what is worth their money by a certain group of people that are, kind of narrow, then it's not going to open up. And I felt like, well, maybe if we can open up the critical voice, which is, the gatekeepers essentially telling people what they should buy, what's worth their money, and women actually like these stories and like these filmmakers, then I thought that would be a faster way to get more women behind the camera and more women's stories told.
How are you funding this website? You mentioned it's going to be an aggregator of reviews, but are you going to be advertising supported, subscription driven in any way?
Yes, I mean, we're funded for the next 3 years about right now by my production company, and we will be finding partners once we kind of get our our voice and our full creative image out there. But yes, I mean, we plan on doing advertising. We plan on doing partnerships with film theaters so that we can, link to buy tickets online. So like if you read a review about The Zookeeper's Wife, for instance, and you really like it, you can go right there and buy it.
It's an interesting time to be launching this because of the Me Too movement across Hollywood, across media overall. How do you intend for this site to help change the culture in movie making?
Oh, well, I mean, the Me Too movement and the Time's Up are two very different movements. I mean, they're both female-centric, but, at the end of the day, we're about, being recognized and respected. And so I'm grateful for those movements. I think it's kind of wonderful that that's happening right now. We've been saying this for a very long time, that we deserve to be paid equally, and not to be, sexually harassed. Not everyone is sexually harassed, but most all women are definitely underrepresented, underpaid, and disrespected.
You are an independent film producer. As you mentioned, you're an actor, you're a director. What kind of feedback have you gotten from peers in your industry when you told them about Cherry Picks?
I have had overwhelming support from female journalists specifically, which is very exciting for me because this is kind of a new door that I'm opening and learning about. And obviously the female filmmakers that are out there are really excited by it. We're all banding together right now and supporting each other, which I think is great. I think one thing that's awesome about the Time's Up movement is that all of the women who are directing right now are not competing with each other. We're all rooting for each other, and I think that that's a big change. And I think this Cherry Picks is part of that, is us also lifting each other up and opening it up to journalism and the consumers and what the buyers, the exhibitors, the distributors, the producers, the directors, we're all together in this, and we can all make a difference.
Marte went from doing hard time to building hard bodies. He's the founder of ConBody, which is a prison-style boot camp class in New York City that employs former inmates as fitness instructors. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, I sat down with Kos to discuss how he built ConBody from the ground up.
ConBody was derived from my prison experience. I lost 70 pounds in 6 months in my prison cell after doctors told me I could probably die because of my health issues. I was extremely overweight. My cholesterol levels were through the roof. And I lost 70 pounds in 6 months, and then I helped over 20 inmates who was over 1,000 pounds combined. But I took that same programming that I was doing in the prison yard and started doing it and brought it to the streets of New York.
And you began a business, but you told me how you didn't have any startup costs and you funded this yourself. How did that work?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have no overhead. I just went out straight to the park and started running after a woman wearing yoga pants. And I was like, hey, I got a boot camp. And I told her my story and started just attracting people to the park. I was standing on the F train, B train, making announcements. Like I was nonstop hustling and asking. And I basically took the same skills that I used while I was selling drugs and brought them out legally.
So these are transferable skills.
Exactly.
Your workout's gotten really popular. You now have your own location. Talk about what's involved here and who goes to your workout classes.
Yeah, so what we do is hire formerly incarcerated individuals to teach our fitness classes. So we train the inmates in the system, and we're working on creating a direct pipeline from the inside out. Mostly the people that come to our classes is young professional women. Actually, a lot of people are surprised, but we don't use any equipment. A lot of guys like to, go to the gym and lift 1,000 pounds. My secret sauce is that I work with what I got. So just my body weight, small amount of space, just like I did in my prison cell. And I got that prison body you've always desired.
Now, you hire former inmates, as you mentioned. You're trying to build this pipeline. What do you look for in a potential new hire? And the extent of vetting, talk about that involved in these prospective hires.
I look for people that are charismatic, and when I conduct my interviews, I conduct them like 5:30 in the morning. So if you don't show up or you come in late, too bad. So I really try to make it strict as possible in the beginning, and then I really see if I could hang out with this person, if this person could say hi and bring a smile out of my face. Not only me, but the customers that are coming through the door, and really breaking down that stereotype, because we have people coming in, who's never met anybody who's been incarcerated. What the perceived notion of somebody that's a so-called ex-con is that we're all killers and rapists and, the worst of the worst. But the truth is that we're just all human beings that committed a mistake, and we just want to adapt back to society and get a second chance.
Your real message here is about prison reform when it comes down to it. And you kind of came up with your business plan when you were in solitary confinement. You had a lot of time to think about this. You also got some help once you established your workout class after you held it in the park. Talk a little bit about the organizations that allowed you to bring together some of your ideas and make it a more scalable business.
Yeah, so when I came home, I tried to take advantage of every nonprofit that you could think of in the prison reform industry. So I went to Fortune Society. From Fortune Society, went to Career Gear, and all these nonprofits were helping me and just trying to get me back on my feet. But there was one program called Defy Ventures. Defy Ventures believes that illegal entrepreneurs have the transferable skills to become legal entrepreneurs. And I did that program. It was a very intense program taught by MBA, Harvard, and Stanford professors. And you graduate and you get a MBA Baylor University certificate when you graduate from the program. So they helped me put my whole business plan together and pay my taxes, and redo it legit.
Talk a little bit about your growth plans, because you're based in the Lower East Side of New York City, but you have some pretty ambitious plans.
Yeah, so I'm in the Lower East Side in the exact same corner where I sold drugs at, where I got in trouble at, and went back into a full circle in that neighborhood. Our growth is we want to open nine studios in the next 5 years. I just came out with my book, so ConBody shows my whole secret sauce in that book, and then also we started this online platform that's coming out in a couple weeks where you could virtually work out with a formerly incarcerated individual. So you basically choose your favorite ex-con for $9 a month, and you get that prison body voice.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Diversity is in fashion. That's according to Eva Chen, who heads up fashion partnerships at Instagram. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workplace, I sat down with Eva Chen at the monthly Cornell Tech at Bloomberg Speaker Series, and I asked Eva how exactly inclusion is showing up on the runways.
The message is you must be inclusive, and you must kind of understand that there are billions of people on this planet, and there's not one look. I think about Instagram and some of the accounts that have done so well on Instagram, and some of the models that are coming out of it, like Ashley Graham or Paloma SLR or Halima. Like, these are women who represent beauty for a lot of different people, and that kind of cookie cutter look. There's not just one standard of beauty, it's 800 million standards of beauty. So I think that's kind of the voice. And now, you think about it, if a fashion show were to cast just one type of model or one type of woman in their runway, and it was every single model looked the same, you would hear about it on Instagram. Like, people will not take that. And I think it's amazing. I think it's powerful. I think everyone can feel represented. And for me, growing up, I remember not seeing anyone who looked like me or looked like us. It just didn't exist. And I think now, if you are a 15-year-old bookworm who, loves to read, this is like, I'm describing myself, like a bookworm who loves to read young adult fiction and drink like lemon ginger tea, it's like, you can find someone else, and you can find your group of people by following the hashtag Bookstagram. You can find, like,
your kind of like squad. And even if it's a digital squad, you can feel like you have other people to kind of identify with.
How is fashion able to get ahead of the curve of everyone else? Why were they able to figure this out more quickly than others?
I mean, I think in so many ways, like, fashion just kind of, it's supposed to be a little bit prescient. It's supposed to be a little bit ahead of the curve. And also you're able to push the boundaries in fashion. Like, there are runway shows where people can kind of walk backwards on the runway, or they cast real life models, real life people, which is just like people, revolutionary, like on the runway. And I think that you're able to take risks in fashion, and risks are appreciated.
Some risks don't pay off. I mean, I think of H&M and the controversy over a black child modeling a sweatshirt with the words "coolest monkey in the jungle." That obviously did not work. How is the feedback now from consumers different in the age of social media, where something like that will go viral in a bad way very quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, listen, I don't know what the thinking was behind that specific moment, or behind that specific casting, but nowadays it's like, the most important thing for corporations and companies is to have representation. Make sure that your board of directors is diverse. Make sure that the people who work in the casting department and the creative teams are diverse, because you want to be able to truly represent and truly embody. It's not enough to say, we believe in diversity. You have to have diversity. And that's, I feel very fortunate at Instagram. It's like, it is a diverse team. I love seeing and hearing the different voices and opinions, and voices of dissent as well. And that's the thing with Instagram. It's like, people have opinions. You won't always agree with the opinions, but it's important that people voice their opinions, and when people see something that they think is wrong or that is wrong, like, they will speak up and speak out.
Right. Do you think fashion brands are nimble enough to respond, or it's because of something like Instagram that provides that instant loop, that feedback loop, they're able to?
I think some companies are. I think it very much depends on the infrastructure of the company, and this is like, I don't know enough about like fashion corporations and infrastructure, but like, if you have, I look at Gucci, for instance, and Gucci, they have been known to collaborate with a lot of Instagram influencers and artists, and for the most part, 99% of the time, it's amazing. And there was one season where they did there was something on the runway that was very evocative of Dapper Dan, the renowned kind of like fashion icon, and they were called out for it. And very quickly, they issued a statement saying like, you were right, and now they're collaborating with Dapper Dan and doing a whole collection together. And I think that's in part, their creative director, Alessandro, is incredibly fluent in Instagram. He's on direct messages, reaching out to illustrators, looking for fresh voices. And I think a lot of it depends on the leadership and how, I don't want to say woke, but like how kind of like tuned in they are to what the public consciousness is creating.
Order canceled. 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 Order canceled.
So in the early 1990s, you started selling soaps and essential oils on the streets of Harlem and Bed-Stuy to start Sundial Brands. How did you know back then that there would be a market for black hair and skincare products?
Yeah, well, because when we started, there was, first of all, there was nobody producing natural products that were efficacious and that were designed to work on different hair textures and on different skin types. And so what you had was a consumer who desired to have healthier products, natural products, but had no access to anything that actually worked. And so, you know, when you stand on the street corner, people tell you what they want, you better give it to them, otherwise it gets really cold, right? And so we started to take that feedback and started to incorporate that into the things that we were offering. And before you know it, we were selling to other vendors who were bringing feedback from their customers and clients. And so very quickly we got to understand just how underserved women of color were around their hair and their skin.
What has the explosion of the natural hair movement in the U.S. done for your business?
Yeah, as women became more and more empowered or empowering themselves, I should say, to wear their hair natural, to express themselves as freely as they wanted to around the things that were important to them, that really started to drive the adoption of natural hair. And then they actually had products in Shea Moisture that delivered on the promise of what they wanted, right? So I think the two worked hand in hand, and it really took off.
How does Sundial Brands stay authentic as you guys have grown?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, we've built our business from day one on a model that we call community commerce. And what community commerce is that a business ought to invest in the community where it does business, right? And it ought to provide not just products to that community, but it also should take the dollars that it takes out of that community and put it back in. And so for us, that meant that the products that we produced from our supply chain in Ghana, of which there are 16,000 women that now supply Shea Moisture, who have now risen above the poverty line because of this model, also get to share in 10% of the revenue of the products that their ingredients go into, right? That then provides them with infrastructural support, you know, warehousing, equipment, training, safety, health insurance, bank accounts. That's the core of what we do this for, and so we continue to do that.
And so in November, Unilever acquired Sundial Brands.
Mm-hmm.
What did that deal allow you to do now that you haven't been able to do before?
It enabled us to take, you know, to commit to this $100 million fund. It's called the New Voices Fund for Women of Color, which now allows us to go create other entrepreneurs, or maybe not create, but invest in other entrepreneurs so that they too can have the type of economic opportunities that we've had. So as I said, it's not for one company or two companies alone to be able to compete and to survive and to sustain is not enough. We need thousands, right? So so the first thing this allows us to do is to invest there. The second thing that it allows us to do is to scale our community commerce model so that we can go from these 16,000 women to 200,000 to 300,000 women globally. And the third thing that it allows us to do is to compete globally against global corporations. We can't compete for shelf space the same way because we don't have the same resources. We can't buy the same amount of advertising on TV or in magazines or in social media. So we end up shrinking and shrinking and shrinking as more companies come in to serve us as consumers. So what we've got to do is we've got to provide capital to each other in our communities in order to compete. We've got to find ways to scale our business. Now, the way that I've done it may not be the way for everybody else, but at least it shows a path, right? And it shows that it can be done, and it shows that you can do it and be highly successful at doing it. And it also shows that once you do it, you've got to be committed to putting it back in.
In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's conversation about diversity in the workforce, we're putting the spotlight on Goldman Sachs. CEO Lloyd Blankfein is reportedly planning to step down as soon as this year. Diversity will be a top priority for his heir apparent, David Solomon. Solomon recently told the Women in Corporate Leadership Initiative, quote, "You make progress, but the progress as you're looking at it day to day feels slow, and it feels slow because you're a big organization. But you know over time that will change. It's our job to change it." Joining us now to explore this topic is Bloomberg's Jordan Holman. Jordan, we know that Solomon has been pretty active on the diversity front. He did propose a number of ideas to the board not so long ago. Why aren't we seeing an increase of female representatives or executives at the senior level? Because it's not there yet.
Right. No woman has run a major Wall Street bank before. And if David Solomon does become the next CEO, that pattern will continue. So at Goldman, they are looking at increasing the number of women who come into those entry-level positions. But we're not seeing the women come out on the other side of the pipeline on those executive teams. So there is a retention issue, and they are looking at that through mentorship and sponsorship initiatives.
So how long does it take before you get sort of a critical mass of women at senior ranks? I mean, what's the sort of trajectory within Goldman to reach the upper echelons of leadership?
It definitely takes years, and you have to groom people. Goldman's a company where they want to hire internal candidates. An internal candidate becomes CEO. So that's why it's important to retain those women that they're bringing in. For example, this summer, they said that they have about 40%, mid 40% of women in their junior employee class. And so that's great, but there's only 2 women on their executive team. So now you have to, with this generation, groom them, promote them, have opportunities for them to want to stay on Wall Street.
And that takes time. I think about how Dina Powell, who was once at Goldman Sachs, went to work for the Trump White House, has come back. And there was some tension over her promotion when she returned because she was added to the management committee when her background is not in a profit-generating business.
Right. Her background's in government and philanthropy. And when you're looking for the next CEO, you're looking for those people who've been in positions of profit and loss. And she's not in that. So then when you look at the pool of women who are in that, it gets smaller and smaller. So then when it's time to select your CEO, you have nowhere to turn.
How does Goldman compare to its peers with this?
So Goldman's not alone when it comes to female representation. Citigroup and JP Morgan also have less than a quarter of women on their executive teams. So it's a conversation that needs to happen across all the banks of how do you get your first female CEO of a large bank.
You recently talked with Goldman Sachs' former HR head, Edith Cooper, who spoke about the bank's efforts to increase diversity, women as well as minorities. What did you learn from her?
So Edith Cooper spoke on a panel last week, and she said that Goldman is looking at the data. They're really trying to be data-driven about their diversity initiatives. So if the data's not saying that they're making progress and change, like Solomon said earlier, it looks slow, then they're going to switch it up. They're going to try new initiatives.
Fixed income mutual funds run by women are outperforming funds run by men. So you would think that the number of female managers would be rising, but you'd be wrong. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workplace, I want to bring in Bloomberg's Liz McCormick, who's been crunching the numbers, and the numbers are kind of troubling here. Going back 15 years, Morningstar has found that women-run fixed income funds outperform by a meaningful amount.
Right. I mean, it's very interesting. They said, let's run the numbers and see, is there a performance reason why women are only 10% of the whole business? And they found no. I mean, on fixed income, women slightly outperformed. Even mixed gender teams did better. And on equities, it was fairly close. Women slightly underperformed. So the numbers didn't back it up. They said there's no performance reason why women shouldn't be rising as the number of fund managers.
And in fact, the number of women-run fixed income funds in the U.S. has dropped precipitously. It's now, what, 14 in 2017?
Right. Those exclusively run by women. There's only 14. As of September 2017, that's all there was.
In 2004, it was 47.
Yeah, so it was a big drop, you know, so it doesn't kind of make sense, you know.
So you talk to different people. What do they blame it on, or what do they attribute it to, rather?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, I spoke to a lot of the leading fund managers who broke through and said, how'd you do it? What are the problems? A lot of them said, number one, it's very tough because we weren't always welcomed in the beginning, and you don't start as a fund manager. You have to rise to that level, so it's a long haul. And some say by the time you've fought for 30 years or so, some are like leaving and they're had enough. And others are saying young women don't know enough about it. So that's why these organizations like Girls Who Invest are trying to, you know, educate college women. Hey, this is a great field for you and you can perform.
Absolutely. Misconceptions also abound here, and I know this is something that Girls Who Invest is trying to fight as well. The idea that you have to be super quanti to run a fund. It's something that doesn't get communicated very well.
Right, exactly. I think some women think, well, maybe I could, you know, go into sales or banking or something in general, but to run a fund, you have to be just wicked smart and have to be great in math. And of course, those are great skills, but that's not all it requires. And women, it's about managing risk. Like Ann Walsh of Guggenheim said, you know, women are very savvy at managing risk, and that's especially in bonds. That's a big deal, you know?
What was her story? Because she started off on the state pension side, right?
Right. She's amazing. I mean, I said, is this right, this list of all your achievements? Yeah, she started as an accounting degree. Said, I just happened to go to a pension fund, and then I learned about portfolio management, and then went on to just really work hard. MBA, CFA, law degree, you name it. She had to really stack the decks, but, you know, she achieved.
All the credentials are there, and she got her break.
Yep, for sure.
In the early 1990s, Liberian native Richelieu Dennis co-founded Sundial Brands with the goal of creating natural hair and beauty products for consumers of color. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, Jordan Holman sat down with Richelieu to talk about the rise of Sundial.
When we started, there was, first of all, there was nobody producing natural products that were efficacious and that were designed to work on different hair textures and on different skin types. And so what you had was a consumer who desired to have healthier products, natural products, but had no access to anything that actually worked. And so, you know, when you stand on the street corner, people tell you what they want, you better give it to them, otherwise it gets really cold, right? And so we started to take that feedback and started to incorporate that into the things that we were offering. And before you know it, we were selling to other vendors who were bringing feedback from their customers and clients. And so very quickly we got to understand just how underserved women of color were around their hair and their skin.
What has the explosion of the natural hair movement in the U.S. done for your business?
Yeah, as women became more and more empowered or empowering themselves, I should say, to wear their hair natural, to express themselves as freely as they wanted to around the things that were important to them, that really started to drive the adoption of natural hair. And then they actually had products in Shea Moisture that delivered on the promise of what they wanted, right? So I think the two worked hand in hand, and it really took off.
And that was Bloomberg's Jordan Holman speaking with Sundial Brands co-founder Richelieu Dennis. You can get the full interview on Bloomberg.com.
LOTOME stands for Locate, Target, and Message. LOTOME helps advertisers collect and organize their consumer data. So if you can imagine that customers engage on the phone, on the web, in a store, through a coupon, we help collect all of that, attach it to a profile, and activate it. It's the big data story. When I started the company in 2006, I saw this unbelievable opportunity around user-generated content. It changed the paradigm for all advertisers. There had to be a platform to protect the brand and get a defined result, which is a sale. That is the genesis of LOTOME. My first year in business, we landed 9 customers on a proof of concept. I then went to venture capitalists and told them the story. And over time, I was able to raise $60 million. I woke up one day in 2011, I had a board meeting. I called our board together, I told them the trends and the data points I was seeing, and we made a decision to cut the company in half and walk away from a $30 million revenue line of business. We took the company and made a huge pivot. We went from about 100 employees down to 50. There was some overlap of customers, but most of the customers were net new customers that we had to go win around a different line of business. We went from a media business that was charging on a campaign basis to a software as a service business that was charging a monthly fee to manage data. One of the key things that happened during the process was what once was just a desktop experience, meaning your computer, suddenly became a mobile device, a television, an iPad. And that is why we bought a company called Admobius in 2012, simply focused on what was called the device problem, cross-device. In a privacy-compliant way, we were able to stitch together profiles and audiences no matter how they were engaging with the brand. We've had about 500% growth in customers since 2014. We've 10x'd our employee base over the past 5 years. We're profitable. Developing profitability in a technology company is something I'm super proud of. Over the next 5 years, I would like to be a very large public enterprise. Almost every device and almost everything we're doing is connected to the internet. Microwaves, refrigerators, automobiles. There's information that's thrown off from that device connected to that consumer. I think there's an opportunity for a public company who is only focused on data, data solutions, and activating customer data. In a world where data is everywhere, we help our customers figure out what it all means. And that's the future of LOTOME.
idea for Foley came about in 2009 when I was making a personal shift to a healthier lifestyle generally. And I realized when I was looking into nutrition and fitness that all of these beauty products actually contained a lot of toxins. I realized there was a real opportunity for a clean beauty retail store with all vetted products for safety and performance. Our entire goal is to shift the mindset around the products you apply to your skin. I needed to learn a lot about business and about the beauty industry. I worked on a lavender farm, I worked for a skincare developer, I got a quick MBA at Babson where I focused on the business plan the entire time. In 2013, we opened doors to our first store. I was in there every single day talking to customers, figuring out what this needed to be. I raised a small angel round of $750,000. That lasted us almost 3 years. All the way through to 2016, I was really focused on building a brick and mortar first business. At the same time, there was so much more going on in beauty online than there ever had been. You know, content had become so critical. We decided to make a huge shift in 2016 and change to a digital first business. We decided that digital first was really going to be the only way that we could get the content out there and we could grow fast enough to be able to share our, very unique level of expertise. So we raised a round of $3 million to do that. We needed to build a digital first team. We needed to build a new flexible tech stack. We're very lucky to be in Boston, to be surrounded by a ton of really awesome engineers and folks that are super passionate about mission-driven business as well. We spent a year and a half building it out, figuring out how Foley should exist online. So it'll be between 70 to 80% online by the end of this year. Despite building a digital first business, you can never truly replicate our in-store experience online. We have 2 brick and mortar stores right now, both in Boston. We'll be opening 4 this year. And if everything goes well, we'll open an additional 10 in 2019. We're going to continue growing content and education online in a huge, huge way. I think the real secret sauce to Foley is we're a highly curated portfolio. Since starting the business, we've tested between 800 to 900 brands. We have 75 brands in the store right now. It's not easy to get on our shelves. We don't carry any full brand portfolios. We carry what the best products are by the brand. It's helping in the repeat rates. It's helping in retention. We're now becoming known as the place to really, truly start your clean beauty journey.
order submitted, 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 order submitted.
Our mission at Food 52 is to inspire people to eat thoughtfully and live joyfully. We are a comprehensive resource for kitchen and home enthusiasts, and that means that we offer both content and commerce, and then community is a tie that holds it all together. My co-founder Amanda and I both come from traditional print media backgrounds. We were editors and writers. In 2008, 2009, we saw this opportunity to create a brand around kitchen and home that lived online. We went out and got a book deal. We got a $100,000 advance, and we actually used that advance to pay for the building of the initial website. In 2009, when we launched, we started really with recipes. Then in 2010, we raised an angel round, a seed round, of $750,000, which we used to invest in building out our own e-commerce platform. E-commerce represents about 60% of our top-line revenue, and ad sales is the majority of the rest, with a very small bit being cookbook sales. The majority of our advertising is native advertising and branded content. The events are also a key part of all of our lines of business. We do a lot of events with brands on the ad sales side, and then we have our own events on the commerce side, often pop-ups where we're showcasing our products, which you can typically only buy online. Last year, during Cyber Weekend, we had an outage where the company that calculates our sales tax was down for over 12 hours. So we had just a total backup. What we decided to do was to remove the sales tax functionality completely from the checkout process so that orders could get through, and turn it to our advantage by actually making it a promotion. And we followed up with an email the next day, and we said to everyone, we will cover the sales tax through the rest of this weekend. When you have a community that you really are talking so directly with all the time, it enables us to have that sort of direct conversation with people via email, via the site. This is what we're going to do. We're going to turn it around to your advantage because you're that important to us. Right now, we are touching 12 million people on a monthly basis. Our unique visitor growth has been 65% over the past year. We're talking to Amazon Alexa about a partnership. Something we talk about all the time is, what does a Food 52 presence look like offline, a permanent brick and mortar presence? We're very close to profitability, and it is really one of our key focuses for the next 18 months is to become a sustainable business.
Sweet Green, we make every single thing from scratch in store every day. The three of us were just, what if we opened this restaurant? It was just solving a problem that we had in our own life. This problem of wanting to eat something that was healthy, affordable, convenient, and really stood for something that we believed in. We started the company by going out to anyone who we could ask, and we raised about $300,000. 40 people contributed to that very first restaurant. That means the average check was somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000. The place we found to open was tiny. And what that did was it really forced us to simplify everything. And that philosophy has really stuck with us throughout the whole history of the company. It wasn't that sales took off in a crazy way right away, but it was like the people who knew about us loved us. Very soon after we opened the first one, we started exploring the idea of a second and a third one. Our first 7 restaurants, we stayed in the DC area. We had these huge ambitions, but we knew we had to get things right before we scaled it. We've had to raise a lot of capital along the way because we build restaurants. But we never really took on any sort of institutional funding or any big investors. It was about 4 years ago, one of our customers and friends approached us about investing a lot more money. There was a guy named Steve Case. He really believed in our mission. That kind of funding allowed us to invest in people, invest in the community, invest in the systems and infrastructure, allowed us to build a brand. We invested in mobile technology and also rebuilt our restaurants in a responsive way. You can pick up your phone or go online and within just a few clicks, order it, have it on a shelf ready, come pick it up and be out of there. That was really hard. It was more than just building an app. Everything had to be redone. The way we operate, our kitchen systems, our prep, everything we did had to be rethought because all of a sudden it went from like one restaurant, one engine to 2. It took us about 2 years to build that technology. I think sometimes the easy way is not the right way. Instead of resisting it, embrace it and figure out a way to do it the right way, not just the cheap or the easy way. Today we're open across the country in 8 cities. So we're in DC, Philadelphia, Baltimore, New York, Boston, Chicago, LA, and the Bay Area. In 2017, we'll end the year with 85 restaurants. For the next 10 years, we're focused on not only just building restaurants, but building technology that can make it easier for customers to interact and eat healthy. We always say we want to meet customers where they are.
The idea for Swell really was I wanted to create a better looking water bottle that would convert people to actually carrying a water bottle everywhere that they went, to stop using those plastic water bottles. I started Swell with my own personal savings. I invested $30,000. I worked with a team of industrial engineers. The Swell bottle is triple-walled stainless steel with a layer of copper on the inside. It's almost indestructible. The first year when I started Swell, I went to 17 trade shows myself. I stood in a lot of booths and I talked to a lot of customers. They would tell me, could you make it in this other color? Or could you make it in a bigger size? Because we would like to take wine to the park. Really, that first year was just a learning lab. It's been a real wild ride. We went from 3 million in sales to 10 to 50, 50 to 100, really fast. We are now in 65 countries. One of the challenges that we faced is we outgrew our office. We outgrew our systems. We were running this company at $100 million last year on spreadsheets. We outgrew our website. It mostly kept up unless somebody famous tweeted about us and then everything, came down. For me as a CEO, it was really hard to turn my attention inward. It's been hard for me to not take every marketing opportunity, every sales opportunity, every innovation opportunity. We had to put a lot of things on pause while we built the infrastructure. We're building up the leadership team, we're moving the office, we're moving the warehouse, we're moving the website. We can be a billion-dollar company because we've got the systems. Last year in 2016, I had the idea to launch a new line for Swell. It's called Sip by Swell. We originally launched in Target stores nationwide. It's a little bit less expensive. It was part of my idea that create something new for a different type of customer. Our customers love to collect them. We found that the average customer that has a Swell at home has 5.5 bottles at home. Still today, we're a self-funded company and we don't have any outside investors. I don't have a board. I don't have any metrics. I don't have anyone telling me I need to hit any numbers. We might not always be privately owned. We don't necessarily need the capital, but I'm always interested in potential advice and expertise. How could we potentially partner with someone that could help us grow bigger, faster, stronger? I'm not saying that anything's coming, but you never know. I still see people with plastic water bottles. However, I have to say, I think the balance of seeing the plastic versus seeing swells is starting to change. We still have some education to do, but I'm feeling pretty good about the progress.
Gotham Greens is a commercial-scale urban farming company. We develop and operate high-tech greenhouse facilities for fresh vegetable production in cities. I was working in the field of sustainability and environmental engineering and became fascinated with the technology that was available to be able to grow crops using a small fraction of the resources compared to conventional farming. And at the same time, I really started to recognize the growing trend in the marketplace toward consumers wanting more local and regionally sourced food. So that's really when the light bulb moment went off. We cobbled together some funding and built a 15,000 square foot rooftop greenhouse in the Greenpoint neighborhood of Brooklyn in 2011. We started pitching supermarket chains, restaurants, we started inviting chefs into the greenhouse facility, and within 3 months we were completely sold out of the produce. And that's when we realized that we were really onto something and we should probably expand. And then a really compelling partnership opportunity came along with Whole Foods Market, which at the time was one of our largest customers. And we crafted an idea to actually design and build a commercial scale greenhouse into the roofs of one of their new supermarkets in Brooklyn, New York. That was almost double the size of the first one and provided our brand with a lot of visibility. Lo and behold, within a few short months of opening that second greenhouse facility, we were yet again sold out of the produce. So we started looking at Chicago, which is also a city with a thriving food culture and a consumer base that's increasingly demanding high quality fresh produce. And that facility is our largest until date, which is about 80,000 square feet or 2 acres. That produces the equivalent of about 50 acres of conventional field farming. This form of farming, which is known as controlled environment agriculture, is really a combination of horticultural science as well as environmental engineering. It was a challenge to find people with this very unique skill set. We conceived of an idea to establish an in-house training program that we now call Gotham Greens University. So we're able to take young graduates out of university or high school vocational programs focused on science and biology and train them to really design these facilities and operate them. Our company has built 4 greenhouse facilities across 2 cities. We have about 160 employees. We've experienced about a 20x growth rate since inception. In our first year of operations, we grew about 500,000 heads of lettuce and leafy greens. And last year, we grew over 20 million heads of lettuce and leafy greens. I believe the future will have us expanding to other cities across the United States, expanding into new products, new product development. Our motto is to be able to harvest and deliver within 24 hours, to be able to provide consumers with the freshest possible product and the best tasting product.
These leaks were met with very real ethical questions. The problem publicly was that a number of confidential sources were Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that every country, including the United States, must make that candid conversations about the people and issues. Shortly after Cablegate, the
MGEMI is a new luxury brand that's providing the customer with the highest quality Italian shoes at prices that have never been historically possible until now. We looked at the luxury marketplace, and there were so many qualities about luxury that were great, but there were some qualities that needed some real reinvention. The incumbents certainly were not reinventing. Shoes happen to be a category that we fell in love with because we love obsession. We want to be a business that occupies a spot, a place in the customer's mind all the time. Shoes create that unique obsession. We think that you've got to be newsworthy. You've got to be different. You've got to have a story to tell. Our consumer knows there's must-see TV every Monday, and it's not about markdowns, it's not about private sales, it's about great new product. We actually don't release that many more products than other traditional retailers do. We just don't do it all at once. The way we describe our company to the consumer is we're old world meets new world. We identified very early on in the business creation a team in Italy that I had some history with that we could in essence acqui-hire. There was a group in Italy, in Florence, that had been in the shoe manufacturing business for generations. There was a whole bunch of challenges in taking the old, historical Italian shoe manufacturing industry and putting this new engine on top of it. Unlike most fashion brands that produce things 4 times a year where you have these big spikes, we're providing them with this constant demand, keeping their factories moving all of the time. We had to get them to start producing products at the pace that we wanted them produced. The only way to solve that was to learn. They've done a pretty good job of learning through our data. They've done a pretty good job of learning through our forecasting what opportunities they can receive by moving faster than they've ever moved before. They've been pretty open to listening about ways to improve their demand forecasting and ways to improve their speed of production, but they're not so open to listening to better ways to make shoes, that's for sure. Probably rightly so. We opened our first store in Soho. 80% of those customers who bought in the store first buy their second purchase online. If you're buying things with the frequency that our consumers buying them, the luxury of multi-channel drives to their purchase pattern. 50% of our buyers come back and buy a second time. Once they buy a second time, on average, they average 4 purchases within a year. We're also seeing consistent 100% growth year over year in total sales and margin continuing to improve in each of those years. So the goal is not go as fast as you can go and grow as fast as you can grow. The goal is with really good controlled growth, ensure that you can double your business for a number of years.
Order canceled. 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 Order canceled.
Box is an online warehouse club. We cut out the membership fees and we deliver it right to you, generally in 2 days or less with free shipments. I grew up in the suburbs of tropical New Jersey, and then moving into Manhattan later in life, I didn't have a car to get to a warehouse club. And so I thought, how many other folks around the country have that similar problem? So actually moved back into the burbs to start the company in a small 2-car garage in Central Jersey, tape gun in hand. We went after and tried to solve that problem. In the early days, we actually didn't have a marketing budget. Our marketing budget was virtually zero. It forced us to be creative. It forced us to create a very good service where folks would talk about it. So Hoda and Kathy Lee loved the service. They were both like, genius. Sure enough, they talked about us, and from that moment on, we capitalized on that opportunity, went out and raised our first sizable round of financing, and then moved out of the garage. A gigantic challenge that we had actually came up when we started expanding our footprint throughout the U.S. It kind of forced us to make a decision, are we short-term or are we long-term? Treating people right is actually a short-term detriment, meaning that it's so easy to take away benefits or say, hey, we'll pay minimum wage because you see an instant pop on your financial statements. I don't believe that's a long-term good way to drive the business. We took the long-term approach. No matter if you work in a fulfillment center and it's your first day, or you're the chief marketing officer of the company, we're all one team. We need to treat everyone fairly. In the short run, there might not be a line for increased morale and increased sense of team. But over the long run, I truly believe that will pay huge dividends. To this day, we picked that road and it has become who we are. Folks have chosen to spend their money with us in pretty large amounts because we do the right thing. Now, our fulfillment footprint is 4 locations throughout the United States, 4 fulfillment centers, 3 offices, and a life spent on an airplane for me these days. Last year was our 3rd full year in business, and we went from virtually zero in our first year to over 9 figures in that 3rd full year. So it's always been a dream of ours, and especially mine, to push the button at the New York Stock Exchange. We've identified an area where there's a real dearth, a real lack of solutions, and for us it's about staying focused, not trying to be the everything store, doing wholesale and doing warehouse clubs and doing it right.
Brit & Co. is a new media company that largely reaches millennial women and aims to inspire, inform, and empower them to be more creative. My past is largely out of tech companies. I worked at Google and Apple, and I started realizing the world of digital media was becoming a big trend. I left Google at the age of 25. I was not married yet, and I had saved up enough money to bootstrap my own business for about 6 months. And ultimately, within that 6 months, I made enough traction to raise a seed round, and the rest is history. We have a three-legged stool of revenue. The first is through advertising, and we do primarily native advertising, so branded content as well as experiences and events. We also sell classes online. We have almost 100 courses that women pay for. And then the last leg is through our merchandising business. So one big challenge over the last 12 months has been the notion of whether or not to put our content natively on distributed platforms, ranging from Snapchat to Pinterest to Facebook and Instagram. A lot of the platforms will automatically give you a little bit more reach per their algorithm if you're putting content natively on them. However, they initially had not built monetization tools. So it was a question as to whether we wanted to sacrifice our control over our content and our distribution. I personally believed that the social networks and all of these platforms would get nowhere if they didn't have great high-quality content, and that they would figure out a way to support those people who are providing that content. And that's been paying off. We now reach 125 million uniques a month. We also have 350% growth in revenue bookings year over year. Some of our newer business segments, like our online classes, have grown over 300% year over year as well. We are producing over 100 pieces of content every day and hundreds of videos every month. I think it's so important for a digital brand to have an offline counterpart, especially for any brand that's trying to reach millennials or Gen Z. So we started an event called Remake 4 years ago, just a year into the business. Fast forward to today, it's a 15,000 person festival. It's been doubling in size year over year, which is proof that it's working and that it's only going to go bigger and better from here. We know millennial women, and we want to create content for them no matter where they are and no matter what they're listening to, reading, watching, or generally consuming.
In Boston and Moscow, Bloomberg News.
We are a luxury bedding destination that's online only and direct to consumer. The company was started by my wife and I, and we were in the market for new sheets. We just really hated the shopping experience. It wasn't consistent with what we're used to with shopping with apparel or other items online. We first started with some of our savings, I'd say about $20,000 to get the prototypes going, build a website, do a photo shoot. It really went to the bare minimum product. And then we raised a little bit of money from friends and family, about another $100,000 or so. That got us to our Kickstarter, where the goal of the Kickstarter was to finance our first purchase order. Our goal was $50,000 of sales. We ended up selling $230,000 worth of product in the first 30 days with no marketing dollars spent, really just word of mouth. Social media has been really, really important to building the brand and getting the word out. There's some logical people that are in market for our product. People that move into new apartments. Facebook has this data of an address change. People recently engaged that are doing registries. Pinterest is really, really great for the home decor space. And then there's influencers, that people that really spread the word and advocate for the product. We're very confident that once it gets into someone's hands that they're gonna love it. We didn't take any funding until very recently, and we bootstrapped the whole thing, so we had to sell to buy. We would sell all of our inventory, use that money, and roll it over to buy more inventory and more and more. And that created problems of like this up and down, up and down, up and down. It's very hard to get momentum in the wheels turning when that happens. It's planning ahead, getting ahead of your inventory, getting ahead of the demands, just to make sure that you have enough to facilitate the growth. It seems simple, but it's super complicated, the forecasting element that we've gotten much better at. And that's one of the biggest challenges to any consumer products business in year 1 or 2. Our first year of sales was about $250,000. It was mostly the Kickstarter. Year 2 was 10x growth. We broke 20 million in sales last year, so it was another 10x, and now we're on pace to more than double that yet again this year. 5 years down the road, who knows? We might be, the biggest, bedding home goods company in the world. We might get acquired by a bigger company that's looking to get a closer relationship with the customers. Once we feel like the bedding category, like we've really mined everything that's there that we could, then there's opportunity to move on to other categories that supplement it in the home space as well. But we're not ready for that. There's a lot more to do where we are right now.
D&Co is a personalized online shopping service for women who wear sizes 14 and above. Plus-size women in the U.S. make up about 67% of the population in the U.S. and pretty shockingly make up only 17% of apparel spend in the U.S. DIA was founded on the simple mission of really creating equality for her as a customer and therefore really bringing her to the table for the first time within fashion. One of the things that was very clear for our customer was she was as underserved in retail as she was in media. And what that meant was that discovery channels were actually quite challenging. The one group of people who had meaningful sway and were truly, in a way, the gatekeepers of the plus-size community were the bloggers. And bloggers became our earliest advocates. From there, we benefited from word of mouth and the power of a positive experience, and we've kind of grown from there. We very quickly realized that we had this growing, avid, excited customer base and a distribution network that was working. And where we were having the biggest trouble was in finding really great supply. We're based in New York City, and we would literally scour Manhattan to find the best merchandise in our customer sizes to send. Eventually, we were able to work with a group of designers that agreed to partnering with us to expand what they were offering. So we've worked with some of the best design and product development teams in the industry to develop 8 brands that are exclusively at DIA, and those brands in a lot of ways make up the backbone of the service. We recently elevated the call that we were making to brands by taking out a full-page ad in the New York Times on the first day of Fashion Week, really calling on brands to step up. The conversation around inclusivity in fashion is one that is had often, but what we haven't seen yet is an actual move from speaking about inclusivity to actually producing the garments that women can wear. And that's a role that we can play, that we feel a responsibility to play, and that we're very excited to play for our customers. The core of our product is understanding our customer as well as is possible. We serve women who are very early in their style journey and some who are much farther along in terms of understanding what they like and what they don't like. And the goal of the service is to really meet her where she is. And it really becomes an iterative relationship where we're showing her product, she's giving us feedback, we're showing her better product, she's giving us feedback, and over time, we get to know her incredibly well. Our mission at DIA is to be the beloved brand of plus-size women.
The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match. That's the swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette,
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News
We were able to start Warby Parker with $120,000. That enabled us to build a website, get some PR support, and purchase our initial inventory of frames. I remember launch really vividly. It was February 2010. We made it live February 15th. We didn't tell our friends or family because we didn't know the website would work. Immediately the orders started pouring in. We hit our first year sales targets in 3 weeks, sold out of our top 15 styles in 4 weeks, and accumulated a wait list of over 20,000 people.
Only 30% of it is coming.
We had to start cutting class because we were full-time students at Wharton at the time, getting our MBAs. It was really crisis management. We had orders coming in. We actually didn't have enough inventory to fulfill those orders. We had to think about a communication strategy, a customer service policy. We would just profusely apologize, but also explain to people what was going on. We just launched. We didn't expect to have this much demand. And when you tell people the details, they can have patience and they can understand and sympathize. Brands build relationships with customers much like human beings build relationships with other human beings, and that's through vulnerability. Our first store was actually my apartment. We laid out the glasses on the dining room table, and that was our first foray into learning about the bricks and mortar world. So we did a pop-up, we bought an old yellow school bus, ripped out the interior, and turned it into a mobile store, went to over 15 cities across the country. In each city, we would be in roughly 3 locations, so we could tell you which intersection performed best for us. So suddenly we had a roadmap for where to open stores. We now have 46 stores across the country. It's really been an important part of Warby Parker's growth. We founded Warby Parker to create a company that would do good in the world. At the very beginning, we committed to distribute a pair of glasses for every pair that we've sold, and we've now distributed several million pairs of glasses to people around the world. We've always believed in aggressive but sustainable growth. There's this mentality of move fast and break things. We believe in moving fast, but move fast deliberately, and when you break things, let's make sure it's not catastrophic. By staying focused and reducing complexity as much as possible, you can actually grow faster, longer. We're trying to build a company that's going to be around for the next 100 years.
Dara, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now, so we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world. And I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers. Yeah. Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit, because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well,
peanuts by the standards of...
Profits would help. So at some point, we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that, the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy, because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. The company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes, because working with governments, regulators, etc., sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got as sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most, I suppose, out of these different things?
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent, and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
Some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine, because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is the spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, etc., but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are 3 keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all 3 are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, etc. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering in
mean to a
means,
layman like
feathering
me?
crashing.
Crashing.
Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, this autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities, and it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will.
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. This is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It's a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you
a
had that
brand.
motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for
everyone. Do you want to
everyone.
make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. That's
telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy, and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question: do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that is this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers. Is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking in some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership, so it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values. And one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company. And he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company, and to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in the space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So, because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology. But what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
Yeah, this project will be more privacy. Watch closely, maybe not as closely as we watched that Labor Department report. Guess what I wonder, you brought this up a little bit when we were chatting after the show, is we all know it's going to be bad, and I just wonder what the market is actually going to anticipate, because we have a lot of this data already.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Light Bright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I've learned so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it. and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when you see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
Then I think asset prices are currently asset prices right now, really captivated by economic inflationary pressures. Certainly aren't thinking forward to a year, 2 years from now where things might go market.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak, but least our top stories this morning. A new report shows employment at U.S. companies plummeted by more than 20 million in April. That as Larry Fink warns things are likely to get worse for corporate America. China's April exports rise 3.5% in dollar terms. An 11% drop had been expected, but imports they slumped by more than forecast. And Israel's highest court rules that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu can form a government. That's despite the corruption charges against him. We'll have the latest. It is 8 a.m. across the Emirates. This is Daybreak with Lace. I'm Yusuf Gamiladeen in Dubai. We've got the China trade data that really electrified the Asian equity session a little bit. Initially, a bit of a sour mood, and that still is very much the case. But the losses have been trimmed currently for the MSCI Asia Pacific Index. We're down about 0.3%. Taiwan, a real highlight here, bucking the negative trend. Hong Kong and Australia are down about 0.5%. I want to flip the board and roll you through some of these other key asset class metrics. S&P 500 mini futures currently called higher, 0.6%, kind of echoing that wider change in risk sentiment as we speak. Fidelity Booking Holdings and Uber are going to be on the hook for earnings in the coming hours. U.S. 10-year yields, we can't spend enough time talking about this, currently just below 0.7%. We had, of course, the debt sales hitting a record. Treasury saying it's going to sell $20 billion worth of new 20-year bonds, which is much larger than most analysts expected. Also some new plans to boost overall issuance with a focus on the 10 and the 30-year paper. Aussie dollar up 0.3%, and a quick thought on crude oil as it continues to hold ground, up 0.5%. Saudi Arabia appears to be winning the fight for sales as it's been slashing prices for its crude. Well, let's stay with our top story, then employment at U.S. companies. It plummeted in April by a record 20.2 million. That's according to ADP Research Institute data. We get initial jobless claims later today, and then you've got the non-farm payrolls report tomorrow. Meanwhile, Larry Fink, he thinks that as bad as things have been for corporate America in recent weeks, they're likely to get worse. He envisions mass bankruptcies, empty planes, cautious consumers, and an increase in the corporate tax rate to as high as 29%. Let's get some more context on this with Pierre Schartz. He's the Fixed Income Investment Director at M&G Investments. Pierre, welcome to the program. Let me get you to weigh in directly on what Mr. Fink had to say here. Is he a little bit too pessimistic about what's to come?
Well, no. I mean, at this stage, I would say probably not. I mean, we really have had an unprecedented crisis. In peacetime, it's one of the worst recessions that we've ever seen, and so GDP growth numbers are plummeting, and economic data is only still catching up with actually the harsh reality that we're facing. So yes, unprecedented times, and it's going to continue to be challenging for households and for businesses.
How much more pain is going to get reflected in the jobs data over the coming weeks? GTV Go for our clients. This is a story of the St. Louis Fed Chief James Bullard saying that the Friday government employment report is going to be one of the worst ever. Is the worst to come?
Well, I think the unemployment data in the U.S. has already deteriorated quite significantly. We see that with the weekly unemployment claims. But yes, the non-farm payroll is going to essentially confirm that, and it wouldn't be surprising to see unemployment go into the mid-teens, which is the worst employment situation we've had in the U.S. for many years.
Pierre, we've had a new study out from the Fed, and they used a few algos to dissect all the earnings calls so far, and they've come up with some interesting conclusions with this machine reading program from 600 earnings calls last month, and order to map out the virus-induced fallout. And what it shows is that companies are more scared than 2008. They look at things like credit line drawdown. You got things like pay cuts, investment cuts. Does the Fed need to do more? This goes back to what Mr. Fink was just saying. Is more accommodation needed, be it on the fiscal side or on the monetary side?
Well, I think if you listen to what Chairman Powell said the other day, that the
Order
Fed
filled.
is
Order
happy
submitted.
with
Order
or
filled.
satisfied
Order
with the
submitted.
current stance
Order submitted.
of
Order
monetary
submitted.
policy. But he also said that in terms of the credit lines and the facilities that are existing, they stand ready to really do a lot more. But in terms of the CARES Act or other purchase programs, the Fed has done quite a lot. But it's true that if we do see any significant deterioration in the data or on the outlook from a health perspective, then governments and the Fed will step in. And I think if you listen to Powell's press conference last week, he did actually say it is likely, in his view, that government and the Federal Reserve will implement more monetary stimulus in the short term.
The Treasury has announced new bond issuances, and they are very, very large. And I spent a couple of hours trying to get my head around some of those projections, which are really unprecedented in recent U.S. or even global history for that matter, the size and scope of it all. Pierre, in terms of the yield curve, because that's not going to steepen on its own or just with those issuances. It's really going to circle back to outlooks for U.S. economic growth, isn't it?
Yes, that's absolutely right. U.S. economic growth and the outlook for inflation as well is going to be important. I mean, our view is we're currently neutral broadly on treasuries. I mean, short-term rates are obviously going to stay very well anchored at extremely low levels. But I mean, when you get announcements like that of close to 100 billion of new issuance from the Treasury, it is possible that the outcome is that the yield curve is going to steepen. But as you say, I mean, the Fed, of course, is buying quite a lot of those government bonds. We're really in a yield curve control world where the Federal Reserve will do anything it can, and it has the firepower to keep yields suppressed. So a little bit of steepening of the yield curve is possible, but the Fed will, it'll stay under control. And there's also quite a lot of demand for treasuries globally as uncertainty remains high and as inflation remains low.
Developments as always.
Pierre, how concerned should we be that no robust conversation is taking place in Washington about this $4 trillion deficit that we're headed towards? I mean, ultimately, that raises questions about the sustainability of repayments. That is not getting priced in, is it?
I was really most concerned and struck by this.
No, it's not priced in for the moment, as I said, because right now there's a strong appetite for government bonds on the whole, given the dire economic outlook. It will these conversations will come to the fore at some point, and even these discussions have been going on previously with this idea of helicopter money, or can we actually just cancel all this debt? Are these debts sustainable? So I think it's a conversation for maybe 2021. But at this stage, obviously it's essential and it's crucial that the authorities step in and support households and businesses through this crisis.
Pierre, hold that thought. We still have quite a few things to talk about. That is Pierre Sharp. He stays with us. So plenty more ahead on this eventful day. This is Bloomberg.
difficult decisions.
China's April exports rose 3.5% in dollar terms, an 11% drop had been expected, but imports slumped by more than forecast. Meanwhile, Beijing is said to be considering not setting a numerical GDP growth target this year. Sources tell us officials may instead unveil a description of their goals at the National People's Congress later this month. Pierre Schacht, he's the Fixed Income Investment Director at M&G Investments. He's still with us. Pierre, your initial read then on these numbers, a sign of resilience or a call for cautiousness as we digest the impact of the coronavirus?
Change doctors to some extent, because you've been pretty clear.
Well, I think so. Yeah, turning to China, I think China's an interesting area, of course, because they were the first going into the virus. So a lot of the recent data in terms of retail sales or industrial production did show that they were starting to turn the corner. So some encouraging signs, even though obviously global demand, which is an important component of Chinese growth, remains subdued.
That's helpful, but it is a unique situation.
In terms of the GDP targets, which have in a way become sacrosanct to Chinese economic policy thinking, Bloomberg understands that that could be on the table for a drop, and there are some alternatives being considered for that. We have the graphic that tells the powerful story of the collapse in Chinese GDP numbers in the last quarter. What would you tell policymakers at this point about how they go about this to give you as an investor more clarity?
God forbid there's a problem. At least there's a game plan.
Yeah, well, obviously, I mean, Chinese economies and the authorities have been targeting a very stable growth rate, which is averaged around 6 to 6.5% a year over the past decade or so. And this year, I mean, Q1 GDP was minus 6.8%. So obviously, growth is going to be much lower than that. So maybe it's just a way of altering the course and putting attention on some other parts of the Chinese economy, like employment or supporting the sectors that are the most in danger. So maybe they want to implement more targeted measures rather than just have a broad, all-encompassing GDP goal.
Pierre, in your conversations with clients, run me through the recommendations that you've been giving. What do you like and what don't you like when it comes to the Asian fixed income space?
Yeah, so I mean, broadly, we focus on the global bond markets and especially the global credit markets. In terms of Asia, if you look at so maybe Chinese investment-grade corporate bonds, they have been actually very resilient, and they've actually outperformed the broader emerging markets. So that's really not where we see the most opportunities. Where we have been adding some exposures to is to the high-yield markets in China. Of course, a lot more risky, especially some of the real estate developers, but some of those do have access to onshore funding. Again, the data from the virus has been encouraging.
Order filled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order canceled.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
talk about General Motors. Stocks rose nearly 3% after reporting better than expected quarterly earnings on booming sales of new pickup models. The numbers have got some speculating the car maker could post positive earnings for the full year. The CFO told us whether the auto giant can keep up pace.
Yeah, inventories are something that we're watching. We are well positioned on most car lines, and as you know, we came out of the strike in later part of last year, and we have had lower, leaner inventories, and it's frankly it's going to be helpful in a scenario where SAR ramps up slowly. Looking at it, and from a pickup perspective, we do find ourselves in a situation where we have lower inventories. But the good news is the dealers have gotten very experienced in managing through the constraints that they're seeing in the product and how to
order canceled, order canceled, order canceled, order canceled,
so that's
order canceled,
the good news.
order
as we
canceled,
think about
order canceled,
the
order
plans returning
canceled.
to work that we're targeting May 18th, that should help us address the shortfall from an inventory standpoint.
GM announced its first quarter earnings today. It also announced that it took down some money from some revolving credit lines, something like $3 billion in the automotive, another $2 billion in GM Financial. That's after already amassing something like $33 billion in automotive liquidity. As you look forward, Divya, what tells you you're going to need that extra money?
So if you think about our liquidity, we've always, in the last several years, said we want to run a very strong investment-grade balance sheet. And that's actually come in handy during these kinds of times. And as you quoted, we did end the first quarter with a very strong liquidity position of $33.4 billion. And David, it's difficult to anticipate what's going to happen, but we are taking steps to protect ourselves, whether it's austerity or, like you mentioned, revolver and suspending dividends and share repurchases. As I would say, precautionary measures to make sure we have additional layers of liquidity. We are comfortable with our liquidity position now that will take us well into Q4, even in a scenario which is pretty onerous of like zero production. And obviously, as we talked about the restart, when we have a restart, our liquidity levels will recover from here. So I would say these actions are precautionary and proactive actions to make sure we have additional liquidity buffers in place. So what we're focused on now is to safely restart the plants and get the production up and running.
So this pandemic comes along at a time when the auto industry and General Motors were going through a transformation, a fundamental one, to autonomous and electric vehicles. You've been investing quite a bit in both of those. Are you changing your investment plan on that? Do you have to put that to the side while you deal with the after effects of the pandemic?
Absolutely not. We are marching ahead in our plans with EVs and AVs. We're committed to an all-electric future, and all the plans that we've outlined recently in our Capital Markets Day, as well as our EV Day, with respect to the exciting products that are going to be rolling out, we see little to no impact on any of these. The capital actions we're taking and the austerity actions will not impact the programs that you just outlined. So we're fully committed to that, and frankly, the balance sheet that we've been maintaining and the financial flexibility we have allows us to continue these investments as we go forward, even in these challenging times.
You raised one last issue, which is the pace of the introduction of new vehicles. Put aside EVs and AVs, just in general. That's one thing that's been a hallmark of CEO Mary Barra while she's been there, having an increased pace of new vehicles. Is that going to slow down?
We are committed to putting products that our customers are very excited about, and you can see the success that we've had recently even with our trucks, and that's not going to change. And we do put the customer in the center of everything we do, and you will see that continue in the product cadence that comes along here.
They are now trading higher after earnings. Shutter theme parks.
Let's also get back to the conversations in this part of the world. Lebanon's finance minister signaled that the country intends to give up its peg to the U.S. dollar, shift to a flexible arranged exchange rate that can regain market confidence is the thinking. Simone Foxman is watching the regional markets for us in Doha. Simone, how does this affect then foreign investors, and what's the latest on what holders of defaulted bonds can maybe finally expect?
That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Yeah, Yusuf, investors reacted positively to this news from the finance minister yesterday, essentially thinking that government might be more serious about taking tough decisions than they previously thought. Those defaulted euro bonds actually increased in value by about 2 cents. So like 20 cents on the U.S. dollar. Those defaulted in March 9th. There's been the squabble about what's going to happen to the pound. We did see the central bank give a little ground and allow people to withdraw some money at rates that were different than the peg rate. And that's and that's what we've been seeing, and that's been the political squabble. And it's also played out on the street, of course. So in terms of those defaulted bonds, however, Bank of America analysts Michelle Saliba and Andrew McFarlane wrote in a note yesterday that they see a face value cut of 75% and then a grace period on top of that. So that would be a recovery value of less than 20 cents on the dollar. If you're a foreign investor, if you're a local bank, you're going to get a face value cut of about 40%, and then capital control is going to continue at least through next year, they believe. Now, actually, the focus on this recovery is actually moving to the IMF. We've seen lots of emerging market economies ask for assistance from the IMF. And the question is, does Lebanon get a better deal than it might have gotten a few months ago, just because of the broader economic pressures that we're seeing around the world?
Very hard to explain that.
Simone, the Turkish lira continues to weaken. I mean, now we're around the 7.2 handle against the U.S. dollar. When does the government try and put through more measures to stop this slide? Because the measures that are in don't appear to be working.
Sending a lot of patients for blood testing.
Yeah, that's right, Yusuf. We're actually close to our all-time record low of 7.23 lira against the U.S. dollar. We hit that in 2018. And as you said, we're right almost at 7.21. We saw it in the extreme of trading yesterday. Frankly, the government, state banks in particular, have been taking measures to support the lira. They continue intervening in the stock market. The government has added increasing restrictions on the kind of lira liquidity that foreign traders can get, stepping those up this week. But this is all just at odds with the broader easing program. If your central bank keeps cutting interest rates, there's going to be pressure on your currency. And of course, analysts across the board really see future cuts ahead. Fitch Solutions also saying that they see Turkish GDP contracting by 3.4% in 2020. So that also not great if you're talking about long-term currency strength there, because it's yet another rationale for continued easing.
What about on the earnings front, Simone? What do you want?
Yeah, so Abu Dhabi Commercial Bank is expected to have an annual general meeting today. Trading is going to be suspended from 10:30 this morning in UAE until those meeting results. It's been the hardest hit stock among large caps in the region over the past 3 months, with both the pressures of the lockdown, oil prices, as well as NMC weighing on its share price. Also in Israel, we're looking at Teva Pharmaceuticals. It's had an opioid settlement in the pipeline in the U.S., but it's also been called into this COVID discussion because it's a maker of the generic hydroxychloroquine. And then looking out to next week, it's going to be a big week. Banks, Aramco, all on the docket.
All right, thank you very much for that. That is Simone Foxman, our correspondent in Doha. So breaking lines here, the Bloomberg from the Hong Kong Exchange. Bit of a reshuffle then in executive management by the looks of the statement. So the announcement coming through that Charles Lee is not going to seek reappointment as CEO. That is the red headline. A selection committee has been formed to conduct the search for a new CEO. Also, just minutes earlier, we had the numbers out from the first quarter for the Hong Kong Exchange. You saw revenue and other income at 4.01 billion Hong Kong dollars. The net income was at 2.26 billion Hong Kong dollars. But the key management line is going to be an absolutely critical factor once the stock comes back online and trades. I want to circle back to the wider sentiment that is currently underway in the Asian equity session, because we did see a bit of a turn from the much deeper negative and much deeper downside following the data out of China, which showed that the export picture was holding up a little bit better than analysts had expected. In fact, substantially better. Still, though, on the whole, we are lower for the MSCI Asia Pacific by about 1/4%. Taiwan is bucking the trend, and U.S. equity futures are called higher, and shows you that kind of disparity and that search for direction. Plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg.
Live with this. We're figuring it out. But as Ian reminded us, uncharted
In San Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market, which is down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the first word Asia.
The U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange. China's slumping onshore bond market is
another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
All right, Bob, you have
Gulf equity markets are underpricing the risks of shrinking consumer populations as well as a weaker spending power picture in the post-coronavirus world. That is what our next guest argues. He's Mohamed Ali Yassin, and he joins us now on the line. He's Chief Strategy Officer at Al-Dhabi Capital. Mohamed, give me a bit of a sense of what is keeping equities at these elevated levels. If you're saying some massive macro risks are not getting factored in correctly, who's buying?
Well, it's the central banks mainly. Good morning, Yusuf. What we have is really, what we see today is businesses, and this is what we believe, is there's a disconnect today between the economy and the financial markets. Financial markets, if you go, for example, in the States, they are probably where they were just before the coronavirus happened. We had in April of 14% up, and we are 30% up since the bottom of the market. That is not what the economy is telling us. That is not what many of the companies are telling us. And that the money is coming all from the Fed and in central banks, for example, in Europe. And I think even in the region here, the equity markets, they have seen some support from government or government-related entities when it came to equity prices. You look at the underlying businesses in many sectors, and you really we don't see how could their share price be where it is today with the kind of lockdown they are, or even the opening process that we're going through, or we're going to be going through over the next few months. And for that, it means that Fed is the king, or central banks is the king. That is worked for a while, I think, to ease the fears and the concerns of investors. But will that be enough to take those economies on those companies forward? That's, I think, the challenge going forward now that we're opening it up.
Right. So we had the Saudi finance minister already give a bit of a warning in the last few days, and that shook markets on one hand, and that really raises the core crux of this conversation as to what needs to be done in the fiscal space in Saudi Arabia, in the United Arab Emirates, where, if anything, there have been spending cuts in quite a few sectors.
Yes, and really that you know, if you want to think of one interview that made shook the market this week, it was this one of Jadaan, and we're still trying in May now to recover just the losses that we've been taking since that interview on Saturday and the drop on Sunday. The issue here we have is that today the revenue streams for governments in the region are severely going to be severely cut. In Saudi Arabia in particular, we believe that there are three main revenue streams: oil, and we know what is happening with oil, and even now the most optimistic analysis is talking about by year end maybe around $35 to $40, which is like about half of what the break even for their government expenditure is. The second one is the religious tourism, the Hajj and Umrah. That used to bring them about, you know, for $3 to $4 billion per year, and a lot of FX support for their currency. That's not showing there anymore, and we don't know when that will come back and at what level. And the third was the taxes that came, whether it's the VAT and the fees that came with a lot of the opening up of the economy. And for that also, that as a revenue stream has stopped. Where will those come back, and therefore how could the current budgets and the current pot of revenues serve those economies remains to be the biggest question. Going to public markets to borrow is one way, but that's not enough on its own. And two, we have a problem that the rating agencies have all now gone into most of the companies and some of those economies and gave them a negative outlook, which tells you that they are preparing to lower those ratings in the next 6 months. So all of this does not vouch well for a
What does that mean? If I could just follow up there.
Sure.
Yeah, if I could just follow up there, just because I want to get to your calls, Mohammed, and they are about companies with strong balance sheets, with high buffers of capital, in particular cash. What are you telling clients to look at?
Yeah, you have to be extremely selective. We're not very much in favor of. Although banking sector was one of the strongest in the region, we're not very favorable in going into many. We don't see many names there at the moment, and we would like to wait for that. So we go for some of the more defensive ones. The healthcare, the insurance have shown some good numbers. The telcos are showing decent numbers, although we are worried, honestly, with those even. You can't go just blanket with those sectors because in certain economies, some of those markets are going to see shrinking of employment and shrinking of consumer spending because a lot of the people, once markets open and the airports open, they could be going repatriated back to their country. And therefore, it is a very much of a picking kind of stock picking in certain areas in certain periods. You can't come and say, I'm going to buy this stock now for the rest of the year. That also is not there. That vision is not there clear for us. So we have to be a bit more picky and selective and a bit more active.
So when we look at these
trading those kind of things.
When we look at these PE ratios, then on an index level, so we compare them to Dow to the Dubai ones, and there's been that ongoing disparity, and it's almost a double-digit disparity. Is that no longer relevant in this coronavirus time? Am I looking at the wrong metric?
Yeah, I think that we always knew the Saudi Tadawul. It has been there now for 2 years. It's been one of the most expensive markets in EM, and it continues to be more expensive than the market in EM. That is there, and that I believe some of that is the support by the government. Dubai, I think, is pricing a more fairly possibilities that the government here, and they have to try to find ways of the challenges for them in terms of the tourism sector, the malls, these visits, all of the hotels, they have to find ways of trying to fund some of those and try to help those businesses. And we don't know because it's the only case where they have not borrowed publicly yet, other than, so we saw Abu Dhabi, Qatar, and Saudi, but Dubai, there's a talk about it going to the markets tomorrow. That has not happened yet, and at what level we don't know. Dubai, we believe, in terms of government debt, it is comfortable levels to GDP. The problem is the government-related entities. If those start to come for bailout or help from the government, then that could put some pressure there. But we believe the UAE overall, with Abu Dhabi there and the backbone and support, will be able to find the means to try to support these businesses. But whether it's Saudi, whether it's Dubai, whether it's Abu Dhabi or Qatar. Governments need to put more in terms of fiscal stimulus for the next phase of opening up of economies. As economies as they are now, the monetary the monetary support that happened has helped the banks to stabilize, but for the economy to be able to open up, they need some more stimulus.
I realize a lot of other people were in a similar situation.
Mohammed, I know it's a very busy time for you. I appreciate some of those takeaways. That's Mohammed Ali Yassine. He's the Chief Strategy Officer at
My pleasure.
Capital. Thanks again. Still plenty more ahead. You look as well as some of the earnings right around the corner. This is Bloom.
Well, if I throw myself into this world, I really do need to test myself. I'll get to the bottom of how reliable these tests are. And, I thought, well,
Commodity investing is more than buying gold and oil. From coffee and corn to cattle and natural gas, many sectors drive the commodity markets. And the Bloomberg Commodity Index covers them all. With exposure across 23 traded commodities, Bloomberg is the standard for diversification in commodity markets. With full transparency, measure and monitor your investment performance against the benchmark used by commodity professionals globally. More than gold and oil. The Bloomberg Commodity Index.
During these uncertain times, we remain committed
to providing the news and data driving global markets.
To make sense of this situation impacting all of us right now.
And while we may look a bit different, we stand by that commitment. We're here for you. This is Bloomberg.
Are far more abundant and easier to detect. Some test for both, and I think that's one of the reasons why I thought some of the results.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu can't form a government despite the corruption charges against him. That's the ruling from the country's highest court. Let's get more on this with our executive editor for the Middle East, Riyad Hamadi. Riyad, this is a major breakthrough for an Israeli political scene that's been deadlocked for almost 2 years now. Run me through the mechanics of how this is going to play out.
Okay, so the next step is, well, they've already said that probably next Wednesday they're going to swear in the new government. Obviously, they will need to do two things. One is to pass legislation to get the new coalition agreement through, because it's quite a convoluted agreement. And the second thing is, of course, to get the votes in Parliament. However, both those things should be fine. They seem to have the votes more than enough, more than the 61 that they need. So the expectation is that by next Wednesday, we will have a new government in Israel.
On this program, we've spoken time and time again over the years about Mr. Netanyahu's uncanny ability to survive all political challenges that are thrown his way. This new arrangement, how is that likely going to weigh on his ability and the government's ability to conduct policy?
That's the whole raison d'etre, in a way, of this government from the point of view of Benny Gantz, at least, who basically, after 3 inconclusive elections where he failed to get the majority that he needs, the votes that he needs to take over from Benjamin Netanyahu, argued that given the extraordinary circumstances the world and also Israel is going through, he should join with Netanyahu in forming a national unity government. He did that even at risk of splitting his own party, which he did. The party split because half the party went off and said they don't accept it. The issue, of course, has been Netanyahu's indictment, and the trial is expected to start in a couple of weeks. So that has been hugely controversial and really a core part of the negotiations between the two, and also a reason why the agreement is so convoluted, because one of the aims was to protect, in a way, Netanyahu from the trial.
They have some level of
antibodies.
Riyadh, appreciate some of those perspectives. That's Riyadh Hamadeh, our executive editor for the Middle East. The Israeli shekel is up about 0.1% at the moment. Let's talk about deal making across industries, because that has come to a halt with businesses closing and workers staying home. However, as more parts of the world reopen, investors are assessing the outlook for M&A. Citi Institutional Clients Group Chairman Leon Calveria spoke to Bloomberg about what he's calling the interim norm.
The job has been incredibly busy during this period of time. There's no commuting. There is nothing that gets in the way sitting around in airports. So we have had incredible client contact and connectivity here right now, and the days are longer. You know, there's no difference between a Monday and a Sunday at this point in time. They all blend together, as I'm sure they do for you and your audience.
Leon, I've spoken to a lot of folks in your industry who are actually quite enjoying not being on a plane every weekend, working from Cape Cod and the Hamptons. And I'm wondering, you know, you have 2,000 some bankers, if I'm not mistaken, under your wing that are all working on different types of deals. Is this going to be more normal for them to just be working from home?
I think it'll be normal in the interim, but to be honest, people miss the social and business interaction of being in the office and being with their clients. And as you know, I travel a lot, and there were moments when I could have done less of that. But who would have thought that I would say right now, I'm dying to get on a plane and do a business trip here right now. So after 8 weeks, I think people are tired of working at home. But on the other hand, it's been very efficient, and the interaction amongst all of our partners has been fantastic between Zoom meetings and all the other video interactions. People have really adjusted very well. And I think we'll work our way through this interim normal, and then there will be demand to get back into having, you know, human interaction, both, you know, flying to places and doing meetings. But it'll take a while for it to get there, and in the interim, it's working actually very well.
So speaking of flying across the world, a little earlier this month, we spoke to your colleague Manolo Falco over in Europe. And one of the things he told my colleagues was that he believed that there will be bigger national champions created in Europe in light of this crisis. But if you look back here in the U.S., the big have already gotten bigger, right? There's some talk about some of the big tech companies potentially looking to deploy more of their dry powder into deals. But at what point does Hart-Scott-Rodino really start to kick in here, right? At what point have the big gotten too big in America?
Well, I don't think we're at that point here right now. And obviously, you know, HSR and antitrust is alive and vigilant here right now. I do think Manolo is correct that you will see, you know, more European champions, and therefore there will be intra-Europe consolidation. And I think you'll see a rising in M&A activity in the U.S. as some of the large companies consolidate potential weaker players. And also, depending on the sector, take into account this crisis in order to broaden out their business and perhaps be less reliant on any one silo that they had. So I think that's coming, and I think it's going to come in probably 3 or 4 months, not so early right now. But we do believe that you'll start to get a return of this activity. As you've seen when you looked at the dot-com crisis in the 08-09, there was a gap, and then people started to take their heads above the parapet and start to do transactions when they were comfortable with valuation. So we'll see it.
Well, some of these smaller tech companies were waiting for a public exit with the IPO markets now frozen. Take Airbnb, for example. I know we spoke about it a little before, but Airbnb raised money, debt, and their IPO is now further down the line, potentially. They also are reportedly considering cutting a lot of staff here. The dream that existed for some of these smaller tech companies to enter private markets, how much has that died?
Well, I think it really depends company by company. I don't think the dream has died. I think just in some cases, the dream has just been put on hold. I do believe, by the way, that the IPO market will start to come back with companies that are suited for this environment, you know, companies that have done well in this environment or where you can project them out. So I think you'll see the IPO market coming. You've obviously seen a number of SPACs being issued, so I think people going public through SPACs will increase over the next few months and going forward here right now. And then I think in the cases of the dreams here, you know, the people that have formed these companies and run them are absolutely fantastic entrepreneurs. They'll manage their way through it. And the dream will be on hold for 6 months or a year, but it'll come back. people like this are eternal optimists, and that's what our society is built on.
That's some breaking lines into Bloomberg from the Norwegian energy behemoth Equinor. The company has already been bolstering its cash reserves amidst a historic crisis in the industry. So the first quarter adjusted net line is coming in at $560 million. The market had estimated $615 million, so it is a miss on the first quarter adjusted net. The guidance for production is being suspended for 2020. They're also adding that the earnings are impacted by net impairment charges, which are substantial, of $2.45 billion. And going into this, it was always going to be a question of to what extent the company suffered from the brutal slump in oil prices due to the coronavirus pandemic, and then any production guidance we would have gotten, that's been suspended. Some of the analysts expected a cut on that front. They're adding that the CapEx for 2021 is going to be about $10 billion. The stock is down 21% year to date, which is marginally higher than the Oslo benchmark. The stock's oil and gas index is down about 34%, so you can get a bit of a better sense of the amount of pressure that currently exists on this industry. Also, a bit of a beat, though, on the first quarter adjusted operating income, $2.05 billion. The estimate here was for $2.01 billion, but a lot to digest, and we will continue our coverage, of course, throughout the day. In fact, we're going to be speaking to the president and CEO, Elder Sech. That's happening at 10:20 Dubai time this morning.
Apple is up 1.5%. Microsoft shares also higher by 1.5%. We've got the 10-year yield there, 0.70%, down 50, 30 seconds. Gold falling 1% right now, 16.88 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.95 a barrel. American companies cut more than 20 million jobs in April. Absolutely staggering numbers, this according to today's ADP report, showing a record slump in employment. With an economic picture like that, JP Morgan cross-asset strategist John Norman says equities are overpriced.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
8:30 a.m. Wall Street, very closely watched in recent weeks. And of course, Friday morning, we've got the all-important jobs report. General Motors shares are advancing by 4.2% after reporting better than
Fuel,
expected
corn,
earnings on
livestock,
booming sales
precious
of
metals.
new pickup
Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
What do countries with the best coronavirus responses have in common? Women leaders. That's according to the gender equality expert Aviva Wittenberg-Cox, the CEO of gender equality consultancy 21st, says that female leaders are doing a great job managing the COVID crisis in their countries, identifying Taiwan, the Nordics, and Germany as standouts. She spoke to Bloomberg's Naomi Kerber.
Well, I think like so many of us, we've all become news junkies in this crisis, trying to understand what's happening to us, what's going on, how are our own countries responding. And as I kept reading all this press, a pattern began to emerge that there were some really interesting emerging leaders around the world. And as I read them, I began to realize, because I am a gender expert and look at everything through a gender lens, that a significantly high proportion of them were women. And I found that very interesting, since women only run 18 countries around the world. To see them so often profiled in the press as doing a good job, I thought was significant and worth digging into a little bit deeper.
So tell me a little bit about which countries you think are doing the best from those 18, and perhaps particular traits that you've identified those women leaders have.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a whole list of them. Probably the first and most exemplary in chronological time was Taiwan, that got hit quite early on and responded incredibly early. All the Nordic countries were very, very interesting, from Iceland, Finland, Norway, Denmark. And then, of course, one of Europe's largest countries that has been governed for quite a long time by a woman is Germany. That was also, I think, pretty exemplary on all counts. And the traits that I pulled out that I thought these women leaders shared were truth. They were all very straight talking, no kind of hesitation, flip-flopping, lack of clarity. They were straight to the point, telling us what it was like, what they had to do, what the instructions were. Decisiveness, I think they shut borders, they made very hard choices. There was, again, lots of early tracking and tracing. The use of technology, whether it was using, as in Iceland, social media influencers to get the message out to all ages of the population. And finally, I said the final quality after truth, decisiveness, and tech was love. I think what motivated these leaders, what was so obvious in their communication, was the care and concern that they were expressing for their populations, and that I think was in stark contrast to some of the leaders we see really using this crisis for visibility, for showmanship. Here, it was much more about substance and let's help people survive this crisis together.
So truth, decisiveness, tech, love, or humanity seem to be these common traits. Do you think that that's going to hopefully carry through post-COVID, or do you think that this is a kind of fleeting moment in time, and we'll look back through rose-tinted spectacles?
I don't think so. I mean, as you might notice from those four characteristics, none of them, except perhaps the last, are particularly feminine or stereotypically feminine traits, right? I think, on the contrary, and this is why I picked them in part, they are traditionally masculine traits. Straight talking, decisiveness, the use of technology are not commonly associated with women. I think what they are commonly associated with is good leadership. So I think the only thing that I was trying to point out in all of this reporting is that women are emerging as very good leaders, not only in politics, but around the world. It's a normal long-term trend that I've been observing my entire career. I think what this is interesting is it shows it and highlights it at a time where people are incredibly hungry for good leadership, and where there's an awful lot of really, really bad leadership. And most of the extremely bad leadership happens to have a different gender than this pool of really great leadership. And because it's a minority, the invitation is simply, why don't we have more of it? And do I think that's a trend that will continue? Absolutely. It's been a trend that's going on for 100 years. And I think this may be an acceleration point where people get comfortable and familiar with the idea that female leadership also delivers.
In the meantime, there's clearly a little bit of soul searching going on in the Asian equity session. After the surprise rise in Chinese export data, that is getting reflected with a bit of a negative picture on the MSCI Asia Pacific Index, not as low as we were early on in the session, currently down 0.3%. The Nikkei bucking the trend up 0.2%. I want to flip the board and show you the disparities that are currently in the market, because S&P 500 mini futures extending gains. The offshore yuan is rising as well. And then when it comes to the U.S. bond story, we have the debt sales that are likely to hit a record, with the deficit headed to $4 trillion. The Treasury is going to be issuing some new 20-year bonds. There's a lot for that particular market to digest. Currently, we're at 0.69%. And of course, over the coming hours, extensive coverage, not just of the macro story, but the very insightful earnings. This is Bloomberg.
As we begin to enter into this new phase and start to reopen our economy, are essential for our capacity to deliver on the services that we want to expand. So this is a
second phase. We want to keep workers healthy and keep them safe. The worst thing we can do is have a worker that has tested positive who doesn't want to tell anybody, spread the disease because he or she so that's why expanding to all sectors of our economy, this workers' comp presumption is so important because we want people to feel confident coming in. They'll have their benefits. Of course, these are benefits after
True diversification. That's what adding commodities exposure to your stock and bond portfolio can help provide. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the standard for commodity market exposure. 23 traded commodities are represented: agriculture, livestock, metals, and energy. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the benchmark most widely used by investment professionals globally. Track your commodity investments with a proven financial information partner. The Bloomberg Commodity Index. True diversification.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Founded more than a century ago from humble origins, L'Oréal is now the world's biggest beauty products company. Specializing in cosmetics, hair, and skincare, it boasts an international portfolio of 34 brands and has a market cap of more than 105 billion euros. At the helm, a man who's dedicated his entire career to the company. Over 4 decades, he's covered all facets of the business. Today, on Leaders with Lacroix, we meet Jean-Paul Agon, Chairman and CEO of L'Oréal.
Monsieur Agon, thank you so much for speaking to Bloomberg.
Pleasure.
What happened to L'Oréal in the last 10 years? Innovation, your share price has grown. Was it exciting times?
Yeah, very exciting. You know, I started as a CEO 10 years ago. It has been 10 years very exciting. Of course, we had a crisis in 2008 and 9, but globally the business has been very good. We have been growing, acquiring brands, launching new products, gaining market shares everywhere in Europe, USA, China. No, very exciting, fantastic.
What's been the most fun?
In fact, the most fun has been the past 3-4 years, because thanks to the digital revolution, everything has been transformed. And as I tell my teams, I think that this industry, our business, our company has more changed in the past 3 years than in the previous 30 years. So it's an amazing time, extremely exciting.
So is this the way you sell, or is it the way that people actually look at makeup?
No, in fact, it's the relationship between brands and consumers. In fact, the digital has completely transformed the relationship between the two. Before that, brands were talking to consumers, pushing towards them information or whatever. But now the consumer has taken the power. The consumer decides how he wants to see the brands, what he wants to know, how he wants to discover them. Digital, in fact, creates a relationship that has nothing to do with what existed before.
But isn't it much more difficult, therefore, to control your brand?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's more exciting, and it enriches the relationship. So now, thanks to digital, we can communicate the content of our brands, we can do tutorials to explain how the products work, how they should be used. We can have a personalized relationship with consumers. So it's a completely new dimension. It's much more rich and exciting.
So what sells at the moment? Is it the luxury brands or is it the more consumer brands?
This year, luxury. This year, luxury has been booming everywhere. Mostly with Chinese consumers. Chinese consumers are fantastic. They love beauty, they love luxury, they love our brands, and our business with Chinese consumers everywhere has been booming.
L'Oréal's global reach stretches across 140 countries. About 2/3 of its sales are generated outside of Europe. Much attention has shifted to China,
欢迎来到上海。
where strong demand for high-end lipstick and perfume is driving growth.
谁说爽肤水都一样？不。
In 2015, China surpassed France to become the group's second biggest, with camera-conscious millennials buying more makeup than ever before to look good instantly.
Have you had to adapt to the Chinese market?
Yeah, in fact, the products we sell, not for all brands, because the luxury brands, for example, are the same all over the world, of course, but for our mass brands like L'Oreal, like Maybelline, the product that we sell in China are formulated in China by Chinese, in our Chinese labs.
Because of regulation?
Not only, but also because we want to create the products that are absolutely right for them, especially skincare, because their needs, their skin, their aspirations are specific, are different. So we formulate in our Chinese labs, we manufacture in our Chinese factories, and L'Oreal now is L'Oreal Paris is the #1 beauty brand in China.
I've also been reading that one of the most popular products is actually a homemade, I guess, range of cosmetics wear, which is favored by the wife of the president, President Xi.
Yeah, it's a great brand, but still the #1 beauty brand in China, the preferred beauty brand by Chinese women is L'Oreal. L'Oreal Paris, they call it with a Chinese name, it's Pali Olaya, which is beautiful, by the way. And it's it's great because, you know, the L'Oreal Paris is the number 1 beauty brand for Chinese, for Americans, for Europeans, for Russians, everywhere. So it's a
Not
great
bad.
satisfaction. Yeah, not bad.
So tell me about your success in China. Is it through distribution? Is it through ads? Is it through celebrities? What's the attraction for your brand by the Chinese?
You know, the reason of success of our brands everywhere is always the same. It's #1 quality. You know, we for all our brands, our absolute priority is the quality and safety of our products, and it's something that the Chinese respect a lot. It's very important for them. #1, innovation. Innovation is extremely important. It's an industry where you have to innovate a lot. You know, more than 15% of our products every year are new in order to keep innovation flowing very strongly. Of course, it's the imagery of the brands. You know, brands like Yves Saint Laurent, Lancôme, Giorgio Armani, L'Oréal Paris. It's a beautiful imagery, and Chinese consumers are very sensitive to that. They like it.
Is the U.S. tough? A tough market?
The US this year is a bit tougher, a bit softer, let's say. It's not really tough, but it's a bit softer. Certainly softer than China. But it depends. You know, last year the US was very good. So every year, it's funny because every year the market, roughly globally, is more or less growing at 4%, but it's never made exactly the same way.
But so how difficult is it to predict what will work and what won't? Why am I using this mascara, not the other mascara? Why am I using this foundation, not the other?
Again, it's very, you know, when you know well your consumers, when you understand their desires, when you can guess their dreams or expectations, then you can really create what they will love.
What will the next 4 years bring? Is there a specific market that you think will grow more? Is it, for example, men's cosmetics or something else?
You know, digital, I think, will be the most important element of transformation of the market. So definitely we're going to see the e-commerce growing. For example, e-commerce in China is already more than 30% of our sales for our mass market brands. So it's huge. So we're going to see digital growing. We're going to see probably new channels also emerging, like specialty stores, our own stores. A very big also growing segment is the travel retail, you know, the stores in the airports, because more and more people are traveling. So I think there will be new channels. In terms of regions, of course, the emerging markets are still growing, and our categories are growing too. Makeup has been booming for 2 or 3 years. I think it's going to keep booming. Skincare is growing too. So honestly, I'm very optimistic about the short-term, middle-term, and long-term perspective of this industry.
What do you think you spend most of your innovation on? Is it, for example, making a lipstick that lasts longer? Is it kind of changing it a little bit? I know you have so many products, it's unfair.
And a few secrets.
And a few secrets, but you can tell us, we're amongst friends.
So that's a big if, right? So
We were talking about what the next 4 years will bring, and it's a lot more e-commerce. How do I choose my makeup online? It must be difficult to choose the right coloring.
No, because now you have some technologies that are amazing. You know, you can test online on your cell phone, for example, simulate the application of the makeup on your face, and you see yourself with the lips covered with the lipstick you want, the shade you need, the powder, the mascaras. You know, I did a demonstration of that to my board, you know, completely made up, and it was they were ecstatic.
Was that for the launch of the app?
Yeah.
And so they said yes.
Yeah, I wanted
fantastic.
I wanted to share with the board the fantastic progress of technology. It's amazing.
Oh, I could look like pure reds. Oh, wow.
The lipstick is moving with my mouth, and I know that I don't have any on. It's like Amy Winehouse flicks. It's brilliant. I can't stop looking at myself.
So this is amazing because you also have to then change, I guess, your research and development. How much of the overall cost goes on actual digital products?
Well, it's difficult to say because it's everywhere, in every brand, in every division. But what I can say is that now, more in terms of media, 1/3 of all the media that we do now goes on digital. In terms of e-commerce, 7% roughly of the sales that we do go on e-commerce through digital, and it's growing 30% a year. So there is a shift happening, which is extremely fast, extremely strong.
The company that invented the platinum blonde is constantly innovating and developing new products as consumer demand changes. At its lab in Paris, scientists have studied more than 7,000 types of hair and are now experimenting with 3D printing. The hope is to one day help people suffering from hair loss. L'Oréal's already created fake skin to avoid testing products on animals and invented a UV patch to monitor exposure to the sun's rays.
We have the #1 R&D facilities in the world. We are spending roughly 3.5% of our sales in research and innovation. And obviously, the most important topics are hair, skin, and hair. This is where we invent and create new formulations for hair care, hair color, all type of hair products.
You also have a patch?
Yeah.
Is that right?
UV patch.
A UV patch, so you put it on to see when you're overexposed to the sun.
Yeah, it's a creation that was made 2 years ago that we presented at the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas last year. And it's a UV patch, you put it on your skin, and it's linked to your cell phone, and it calls you or it rings when your exposure to UV has been too high. It's fantastic too.
So do you think there's going to be more of a trend, which I guess is between the cosmetics and the healthcare?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and also with internet, you know, this triangle between beauty, health of the skin or hair, and Internet of Things is creating new opportunities, and that could be very useful for consumers.
What do you like about your job the most?
I love understanding people. You know, I think that one of my strengths is the capacity of empathy with consumers. So I have this capacity to understand, to feel, to guess what consumers want, what is their desires, sometimes their dreams, and then to be able to formulate products that will respond to these dreams.
Do you believe you have to take risks to innovate, or actually, do you?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, because every innovation by definition is a bet. Every launch is a bet. It's like a new film or a new movie or new music. You never know in advance. But that's the magic of it.
So what do you think you spend most of your innovation on? Is it, for example, making a lipstick that lasts longer? Is it kind of changing it a little bit? I know you have so many products, it's unfair.
And a few secrets.
And a few secrets, but you can tell us, we're amongst friends.
No, we are working on all categories. You know, we have 3,500 researchers from many departments, and they are all working on all type of cosmetics, skincare, hair care, hair color, all sun care. And because fundamentally, as I told you, we really believe first and foremost in terms of efficacy and quality. So the mission of the company, which is beauty for all, is also not only beauty for all, but the best of beauty, the best quality, the best performance, the best efficacy, the best safety, and that keeps us busy.
3,500 researchers.
Yeah.
How long does it take from, I don't know, who has a concept of, for example, a new product, until that product being on the shelf for someone to buy?
Depends. Can be very quick when the formulation is easy. Can take maybe 6 months. Or when for example, the marketing guy has a vision, has a dream, but the labs don't know exactly how to formulate it. Can take 2 years, 3 years. Really depends.
Mega volume on top, mega volume on bottom. Share it with your friends and buy makeup instantly.
One of the criticisms often leveled at the beauty industry is that it's only for young people. Is there any truth in that?
No, not at all, of course not. So that would be stupid, because we are addressing all needs for all people, and look at our ambassadors. For example, Jane Fonda, Helen Mirren, they are not millennials. So no, honestly not.
Do you sell more to millennials or to people of a more certain age?
No, we sell to everyone. It depends the brand. The brands, of course, some of our brands like NYX, Urban Decay are more targeting young people. Biotherm or L'Oréal Paris may target other categories of consumers, but no, we cover the whole scope of consumers, and in terms of age, in terms of diversity, in terms of countries, Chinese, Brazilian, Europeans, everyone. It's a beauty for all.
So how do you sell to the emerging markets?
We adapt the product that we sell, of course. We make sure that they are affordable and that people can buy them. Brazil, for example, is very interesting because Brazil is the country in the world where the hair is completely unique, because it's such a mixed country in terms of ethnic origins. That the blend is completely amazing, and that you have to create for Brazilian hair care products that are completely specific. And by the way, it's very interesting because sometimes they are the most demanding consumers, and so when you can create in Brazil a product that is good for them, then you can make it for the world, because it's going to be great for everyone.
Do you think Generation X cares more about this than millennials?
There is an urgency. Clearly, we are not talking anymore about a potential threat. I mean, there is a clear and present threat.
0.1%. The Dow is down 73, down 0.3. Nasdaq up 87. Down 13.30 seconds, 0.70%. Gold down 0.9%, 16.90 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.3% at $24.23 a barrel. This is National Nurses Day, kicking off National Nurses Week. We caught up with Florence Sauer, professor of the emergency medicine at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, Bloomberg Television reporting. We asked her about research lessons for the early
For Jean-Paul Agon, life at L'Oréal began in sales 39 years ago. He quickly understood the power of advertising.
Read my lips. I'm worth it.
The company obviously thinks it is worth it, spending more than $8 billion a year selling and marketing its brands. A third of that on digital media.
When I was 20 years old, I was in the business school, and at the end, I knew I wanted to do marketing. And for me, beauty is the supreme art of marketing, because it's a marketing that is not only about understanding, analytics, but it's also about emotion, guessing, creation. So I think it's a fantastic marketing. There is no better marketing than beauty marketing.
And from that 20-year-old Jean-Paul Agon, what have you learned about yourself?
My God, a lot, a lot, because it was a long time ago. No, it took me, many years to get where I am today. But I was always passionate. I think the incredible part of L'Oréal also is that every day is a new adventure. Every day is a passion. It's a company made of really passionate people, and every new mission is an adventure.
So what are you like as a leader, micromanaging or overview?
I like overview, and from time to time I'm tempted to do micromanagement. But when I do that, my team say, Jean-Paul, you should not bother with that. Let us do it.
Do you review, though, the end product every time, or how does it work?
As much as, I have meetings with, of course, with all the brands, not all the time, of course. I travel in many, many countries around the world, and I'm just trying to help, to make sure that we are taking the right directions, pushing in the right innovations, understanding enough the consumers we are dealing with, trying to pilot ship.
L'Oréal's Sharing Beauty with All program, launched in 2013, was designed to transform the business. Jean-Paul Agon was determined to make the company ethically and environmentally sustainable. It's been recognized for its efforts, awarded a AAA for water management, climate, and action against deforestation.
So when did you start thinking about sustainability?
Pretty a long time ago, especially when I came back from the USA and I took over as a CEO. I really understood at the time that for a company like L'Oréal, especially because we are the leader of the beauty industry, we had to make sure that also we would do the best and the most to make the planet a beautiful place.
What started it? Is it because you say we sell so much that we have to make sure that it doesn't go to waste? Or is it also because the consumers want something that's more sustainable? Or is it because the employees you hire want something more sustainable?
Very good points. I think it's all of that. First, because we have a moral duty. Secondly, because it's what our employees are asking for. Third, because it's what consumers want. Fourth, because it's what the society expects from a big company like us. So that's why we really went into this direction.
Does it make a difference for the consumer? I remember you telling me a couple of years ago, that if a consumer has a choice of a sustainable shampoo or a shampoo that makes our hair better, we'll always go for the shampoo that makes our hair better.
Yeah, but now what we want to do is to make a shampoo that makes the hair better and sustainable. Because now in fact, you're right, our vision is that we have to find a way that it's not opposite, that it goes in the same direction. And it's the same for economic performance. For example, the sustainability performance should not be opposite to the economic performance. And in fact, we are able to prove that. For example, in the past 10 years, we reduced our carbon emission by 67%, when at the same time we were able to increase our production by 30%.
How do you do that?
We work a lot. We transform all our factories. We have now 10 sites that are carbon neutral. We completely transform the way also we engineer with water. We have what we call dry factories, that they don't use water at all. They completely recycle the totality of the water that they use. We eliminate waste. So it's a very comprehensive effort on all fronts to transform completely the way we produce, we distribute, etc.
And shareholders are behind you every step of the way for sustainability?
Yeah, absolutely. They are very, I think that our shareholders are very proud of what we do. I cannot say that they are pushing us hard to do it, but they are happy and proud.
Do you think Generation X cares more about this than millennials? The younger you are, the more you think about this?
I think that everybody now cares. You know, I think that it's very well understood that there is an urgency. Clearly, we are not talking anymore about a potential threat. I mean, there is a clear and present threat to the planet, and if we are not all doing the maximum in the very short term, it's going to be very difficult. So I think that every generation now understands that.
If I speak to you in 5 years, what will be your story?
In 5 years, probably I will tell you that the most important mission has been the transmission. Because, of course, I will not be CEO forever. And I will be, by the way, very glad to pass the baton one day to my successor.
So if you think a lot about succession, what kind of successor would you like, and what would you like your legacy to be?
I will be proud to have been able to adapt L'Oréal to the new world. I think that we are living in a very special period. The world tomorrow will be very different from the world we knew a few years ago. And you know, my absolute priority right now is to adapt, transform the company in order to make it as successful as a leader, as performant in the new world as it was in the world before. And I'm very confident about it, because that's what we are doing. You know, we are doing a cultural revolution, a digital revolution, a sustainability revolution, and so L'Oréal will be a fantastic company. And then someone else will take the baton and will drive the adventure further.
Jean-Paul Agon, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
In California, global news, 24 hours a day.
What do the world's tallest building, KFC in the Middle East, and e-commerce site Noon all have in common? They're all owned by billionaire Mohammed Al-Bar. His investments like the Burj Khalifa and the Dubai Mall have become iconic landmarks, and he's diversified into hospitality, retail, and e-commerce. He was named the most influential man in Dubai and consistently ranks amongst the top 5 most powerful Arab business leaders. But it's not all business all the time. He's also a sportsman. He's an active member of Emirates' horse racing community. Today, on Leaders with Laqwa, we meet Mohammed Al-Bar, the founder and chairman of Amar Properties. Thank you so much for joining us. You've really built a conglomerate. You've built a company that has multiple interests, multiple units, multiple portfolios. Did you diversify because you saw an opportunity or because you had to?
Well, I think all of us, we look at opportunities. We don't really have to do anything. But I think looking at the Middle East and looking at the industries that I went in with my team, I think we saw amazing opportunities in the Middle East in these sectors. And I'm glad that even though we've got difficult years, the past 2 years have been difficult years for us, still these businesses are operating well. So definitely it's based on opportunities and the sector's long-term growth potential.
Where do you see the most growth coming from? Which portfolio, which part of your business will do better than others?
The food operating well and strong in the region as a whole, especially with the food delivery business, and that's another story. I would say that our real estate business is still flying really strong. I mean, last year we grew about 28% in the region as a whole. Our e-commerce business is something that's very, very interesting. And we've got an amazing team looking at it, and that's also growing quite fast. But even with this growth, I think one have to be realistic as well. So you look at this growth and you look at what's going on in the Middle East, government policies, look at the world economy and what changes might take place. So you have to be alert at all times.
Okay, what does that mean? Do you expect a lot of the growth, in the Middle East? If you look at e-commerce, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, do you expect it to go threefold, fivefold over the next 5 years?
Well, I would say that our real estate business should continue to grow at about 20% a year. And that's the shareholders' expectation. And it's hard work to achieve that number and keeping costs under control, margins under control, and political and macroeconomic issues in hand. So a food business, I think we should be growing 10% a year, year on year as well in the region. And keep in mind that we're talking about the Middle East, where there is a need for most of industries to grow, just because that I think the Middle East still has room to grow. And the other thing is that if you look at the population in the Middle East as well, and the whole demographics is in our favor.
Because they're young, and therefore these are, I guess, the youth will spend a lot more in 5-10 years.
Yes.
How will the economy shift?
Well, I think the economy will shift positively only because I believe Middle Eastern governments are really working harder than any other time in the past, and you see the changes that are taking place, positive changes that are taking place in Saudi Arabia. I think that's the same thing within UAE. I would look at Egypt. I'm quite interested in Egypt as well, and the change that's taking place in Egypt, with all the other issues that we have in the Middle East, where I believe that I don't think it's going to get any worse than this. I think we're looking forward to a more positive trend in policy and in politics and economic growth as well.
In terms of growth, country by country, which is a country that will outperform the others in the Middle East?
The majority of our focus is Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt. And I would say Egypt is going faster now. Saudi Arabia, I'm quite optimistic with the changes that you see taking place within the coming 24 months. I think you'll see quite a good trend, and the UAE as well. You've got, of course, the other Arab countries who are some slow, some moving forward, but majority of our business are in these countries.
I mean, you're holding a big investment with the PIF on e-commerce for Saudi Arabia. Will there be more, for example, on property in Saudi Arabia?
Well, the Public Investment Fund, they're with us in our e-commerce business, but they're also with us in our food business. Now, Are we going to do more together? I think there's a possibility. There's a lot of work that they're doing in Saudi Arabia and outside Saudi Arabia, in the region and outside. So I would expect that maybe we should look at real estate together as well, because I think Saudi Arabia will look very interesting the coming years.
How much can it grow, property in Saudi Arabia, over the next 5 years?
Oh, Saudi Arabia, I think it's at infant stage. I think Saudi Arabia can really grow. If you talk about pure infrastructure, if you talk about retail, industrial, hospitality, residential. So you just have to make sure that you are going at the right category of residential or the right category of retail. So there's plenty of room to go that way.
When you look at how you spend your time for each of the units and also each of the countries, how do you do it? How do you keep on top of it all?
Well, I try. I still say that the real estate takes a majority of my time.
Is that 50%?
I would say the real estate takes about 40% of my time. And then the rest is split. Noon takes a lot of my time as well. The food takes the least of my time, because the team that sits on top of that business is really world-class team. And they've been in the industry, they know the industry well. Noon is a vibrant team. It's a new organization. I need to give it more time. While my real estate business, I have an A team, but I'm emotional about real estate.
Yeah, I mean, this was like the foundation of it all, right? Do you still see it as your baby?
I think my name is really linked to the real estate more than anything else, while all these other businesses have been with them now for about 2 years. So it's a new brand of product that's associated with me.
When you look at the various IPOs and the various units, was it to unlock value, but did you ever feel like it was also high risk?
I think mainly to unlock value, and we have investors who have put in their money with us, and it's time for them to get rewarded. But at the same time, I really like putting management under pressure, because IPO is quarterly results. You're out there in the public eyes, under pressure to perform. But mainly value creation. I think that's the business we're in.
Value creation, because what, shareholders understand what you do more, and it almost focuses the mind of managers more?
Well, that is one, but many of our units, that if they're under the mother umbrella, I think value-wise, they're not fairly valued. So as we put them on the side and put them as separate entities, I think you create better value that way, and then you cash out a little bit and put management under pressure.
Are you looking at IPOing any other units or portfolios?
When you look at our business, we have businesses. We have India, we have our hospitality business, we have Turkey business, we have another business in Saudi Arabia. So the reality is that you can take all these businesses public at the right time. I think within the coming 3 years, we'll probably have India going public. We'll probably have hospitality as well going separately to the public route.
But so how much bigger will you be if I speak to you? And I hope to speak to you before, but if I speak to you in 5 years, how much will your holdings be worth?
I think we should be double in value, because we should be growing in value 20-25% on an annual basis. And I hope that my management and my boards really put that as a focus. And to be honest, I think we're capable of doing that. We just have to focus and have to make sure that we have the right people to do it. And we do this day and night. And that's really how we do business in our region.
But that's acquisitions, or that's organic growth?
I would look at organic growth. If you talk about acquisition, which we have not done much of, I'm expecting that we do more acquisition in the coming 2 years.
Mohammed Alabar, thank you so much. Coming up next, going from bricks and mortar to clicks, we talk Mohammed Alabar's big push into e-commerce and how his company Noon could become the Amazon of the Middle East.
Mohammed Albar is not only a titan of property, he's also betting on e-commerce. His startup, Noon, launched its operations in the UAE last year. The site is described as an Arabic-first e-commerce platform and is rivaling the Amazon-purchased Souk, looking to take over 15% of the growing market. One of the biggest investors in Noon is Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, which put up $500 million. But Albar is not just competing against Amazon. He's also a major player in the luxury space. He's partnered with Yux Net-a-Porter Group to offer a premium retail service to the Middle East's fashionista set.
So Mohammed Albar, do you ever feel like there's a conflict that you actually own Dubai malls, but at the same time you're trying to sell on e-commerce platforms?
The issue is that, are you relevant? That's really the big question that we have, is that I don't think it's if there's a conflict or not, but are you relevant to the space? So are we really relevant in this retail scene, or in the whole, the economy is becoming so digital. If you are not thinking about it, if you're not acting to do something about it, I think there is a risk of your business, being probably at huge danger the coming 24 months.
And so how do you stay relevant?
I think staying relevant, first of all, I have to talk to my kids all the time. And I learn from them because, I have a little girl that sells jewelry to women in Korea out of Dubai on her Instagram. What type of world is this? So therefore, I think all of our business, from real estate to retail to hospitality, I think the digital scene is changing all that. So if we talk about e-commerce specifically, or if we talk about Net-a-Porter, it is just moving your business to the digital scene. And I think the whole economy is moving that way, from healthcare to education to retail. So therefore, I think we just want to be relevant. And I don't think there's any conflict, because at the end of the day, there ought to be a collaboration or connection between the real world and the physical world. And can we really try to find a solution and work them together and stay relevant in our business?
But so how much of your sales will actually be done on your e-commerce platform in 5-10 years? And in general for the Middle East, are you a step behind in actually selling on e-commerce? And so is the potential much bigger than here in Europe or in the US?
Well, remember, when I look at the Middle East right now, e-commerce is between 1.5% to 2%.
Tiny.
Which is tiny compared to the rest of the world. So there is room for all of us to grow. Where will this be? I think it will go much faster than the rest of the world, and it will get into the 10-15% quite fast, again, because of the demographics of the region. So we owe it to our society, we owe it to our 300 million Middle Eastern Arabs, that there ought to be a native organization that look after this sector and participate and learn and serve.
What will Noon become? And are you nervous at any point that you're going to head with the most successful retailer of all times, Amazon?
Well, Noon, of course, it will be an ecosystem. And am I nervous? Of course I'm nervous. I'm nervous from everybody. In my real estate business, I'm nervous. In my e-commerce business, I'm nervous. In my Net-a-Porter business, nervous, because competition is severe and markets are open. Anybody can come in. The big players are going to come in. Some of them came already. More are going to come to the region. But I am from that part of the world, and I think it's our duty to participate in the scene. And remember, we as Arab businessmen, we're a bit tribal, which means that I am from this society. I have a duty that get into business and be aggressive and achieve the numbers, achieve success. But that's a duty that I feel responsible for, that competition is good for the consumer in the region, rather than one player come and controlling the life of our customers. I think it's fair to have competition and let the customer win at the end of the day.
Okay, but how do you decide? How will you go against Amazon? Do you have to convince retailers to sell on your platform instead of Amazon's platforms, or is it a price war? How do you see the kind of the fault lines?
Well, we are working with the local retailers, and we are their partners. Now, how other international players, they do it through sourcing overseas or working in some other methods, that's their business. But we differ is that our partners are the local retailers. Maybe our margins will be a little smaller, but that's okay. We'd rather win on the long term rather than alienating the local retailers. Now, will there be a price war? Well, the past 2 months there's a price war. Customers are winning. Everybody's 20% or 15, 10% cheaper in some of the product. So I'm so happy that people in my region, they don't have to buy milk for their kids at 10% more expensive. There was one operator or one monopoly controlling, the human life. I think this is good for all of us. So of course there'll be a competition. But the amazing thing is that the world is open. So much new technologies are being provided to everyone that want to go into the scene. But are you planning long term? You have good people with you. Are you serious about it? Are you willing to provide quality service?
But is it the service or is it the products? How does the Middle East actually shop? What's selling at the moment and what will sell in 5-10 years?
Well, if you look at the mix of what's happening on the e-commerce scene, it's not much different from what's going on in the world. People want delivery, fast delivery. People want quality.
Will they pay for the delivery?
For the time being, we're subsidizing delivery. Because, as I said, people are just learning the art of e-commerce, and that's what global companies are doing. They give it to you for free first, they get you used to this way of life, then later on take a little bit of margin, maybe control market, the usual trick. But what I'm saying is that people want it all. Want quality, want value, want consistent, want delivery time that's fast, and we want the product that they want, which changes from 1 month to another month. And therefore you have to provide that and then get ready to provide the new thing that might be happening next month.
How important is market share? And how important is market share right at the beginning so that people get used to your platform and not Amazon's?
Market share is very important, and at the beginning you have to be aggressive, and you have to probably provide the best service ever. You will be cutting prices as usual because we see it. It's a live competition. There's nothing wrong with that. But the good thing is that the market's big enough. 2 players can come in. But imagine if you do business in UK and there is only one operator. How fair is that to your family?
But isn't there only Amazon here?
Well, there are many other players, I think, in UK as well. I prefer that more than one player in the market. And in the Middle East, there will be more than one player and will be one of the major players in the market.
Up next, we talk the leadership skills it takes to create both the world's largest mall and the tallest building in the world. More with Mohammed Alabar next.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. 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 Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order canceled.
MR Properties has grown more than threefold since 2011 and expanded heavily in the Middle East and North Africa despite political instability in the region. So what kind of leadership does it take to shepherd a global company through turbulent times? Well, Mohammed Alabar, chairman and founder of MR Properties, is here. What kind of leader are you? Throughout the program, we were talking about encouraging your leaders, your regional leaders, and also your portfolio managers to be aggressive. Do they always need to be on their toes?
Well, I think, number one, they have to be relevant because the change that's taking place in the world. So are you relevant? And the other thing I like is that I think we all have to believe in the reset. Are you doing this upgrade? Are we upgrading every 1 month? Because there's so much happening. And do we really act? I mean, that's, so we have to be relevant, we have to act, we have to have discipline, we have to believe in the best people, and we have to take care of our society. These are things that these are the elements that I really depend on to manage my business.
Okay, but what does it mean being relevant? Because in more traditional times, you could ask a customer what they wanted, and you're saying, okay, I'm relevant. But now the change of pace is so fast.
Well, relevant is that, are you watching social media daily, what's going on with your customer? And what's going on with your business? There's no more, I'll do a research and I'll wait 30 days. How alert are you? And how alert about how your customer feel, or alert what's going on to the industry, what's going on with politics, what's going on with the economy, what's going on in new tools of management, how fast can you go? So I think, are you awake?
What do you need to be awake for more? Is it for your clients,
Orders
or is
submitted.
it politics, or is
Orders
it how your
submitted.
business interests are going?
Well, it's about my customer, number one, my people, number two, the society, what's going on in politics, what might happen to interest rate. You almost have to have all that construction risk in my business, what's going on in technology, what's going on in digital. You almost have to be alert of all this but number one, people. And then you have to make sure that you share with them this environment, and are they fit in this environment?
So what does that mean? What do you see your role? Are you putting the fire under your manager's feet to kind of keep them going, or do you micromanage?
I don't think I micromanage, but there's a situation where I do have to go and micromanage, and I think that's we should be able to go down in case we want to. And remember, I came from my mom's kitchen. I used to work in my mom's kitchen, and when we were all 13 kids living in one room, so I know how to do that. So I can pull back and be the chairman of the organization. But if there's need to move in, I can comfortably move in. But I have reasonably good qualified people with me. But I really think that I'm the target creator. I'm the guy who does the monthly performance reviews. I'm the guy who push the limits. I want people to work hard, because I think we as human beings, our productivity is still low.
I mean, you spend a lot of time in property because that's where you came from. That was the first company. But what excites you the most in all the others that you're doing?
Filled.
So hospitality, retail,
Order
e-commerce.
submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
When
Order
I look
submitted.
at how
Order filled.
the digital
Order
world
submitted.
is
Order submitted.
changing our lives, I come back to my real estate business and I say, maybe this office is null and void. Maybe this is all not required anymore. But also, if you look at the digital guys and you see how fast they work, or the process they use, or the age of people in these offices. Therefore, I really believe that the younger generation are running the world, and they run it extremely well.
Order canceled. Order canceled.
So much learning in the digital side of the e-commerce. But I think my investment in MEVP, which is a private equity firm that specializes only in digital and technology in the Middle East, with almost 80 ventures, that's amazing learning about what's going on in the Middle East as well, and the industry that are about to come.
Do you focus a lot on diversity for your companies? Is that important?
Yes, very important, very important. And I think it's happening naturally. I mean, we don't even have to do it anymore. It's just naturally. That's how.
So do you have metrics?
We have metrics. We have KPIs for that. But as I said, it's so nice that it's really embodied in the organization. It's happening automatically, and I like that.
Do you think it will increase with time, or are you going to see more female workers?
Well, the female workers are really taking charge. I mean, if you look at the people who run my organization, most of our organization, I would say most of our organization, our food boys have to have more of that. But look at our government. highest percentage of senior people in government anywhere in the world.
Mohammed Alabar, thank you so much for joining us. He is, of course, the chairman and founder of MR Properties.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Good morning. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, the European Open. I'm Anna Edwards, live from London, alongside Matt Miller in Berlin.
Anna, today the markets say any port in a storm. European and U.S. futures push higher after a surprise rise in China's exports. The cash trade is just an hour away. Here are your top headlines. Dial M for merger. Liberty and Telefonica agree to combine Virgin Media and O2, creating the UK's biggest internet and phone operator. And decision at dawn, the Bank of England makes a rare early morning rate announcement imminently. We'll speak to Governor Andrew Bailey later on today about that decision.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Futures are trading. Actually, Anna, are we getting Bank of England headlines now?
I don't like how it got here.
Yes, we are. Bank of England votes unanimously to maintain its benchmark interest rate, so keeping that interest rate unchanged at 0.1%. They also keep their total bond purchase target unchanged at £645 billion. So no change in the QE program and no change in the interest rate. The pound is holding steady against the US dollar in the wake of this decision. There had been some increased volatility in the pound heading into this decision. We're also getting a lot of information, though, from their monetary policy report about their expectations for how coronavirus will hit the UK economy. So let's go through a bit of that. It says the UK indicators stabilised at low levels in recent weeks. Policymakers voted 7-2 on the asset purchase facility decision. So there are a couple of dissenters in the mix there. The Bank of England says the UK payment data suggests a 30% drop in consumption. This gives us a sense of some of the metrics they will be building in or have been building into their forecast. Housing market activity has practically ceased. Business investment about 50% below normal in the second quarter. Policymakers voted to increase the QE. Two policymakers voted to increase the QE target by £100 billion. So that is interesting. It was 7-2. So the net result is there is no change in the QE target, but two dissenters did vote to increase that QE target by £100 billion.
Order
overall,
submitted.
by majority,
Order submitted. 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 Order submitted.
We'll see whether
Order
we're getting
submitted.
further insight
Order
into
submitted.
scenarios
Order
around growth.
submitted.
Interesting to see, Matt, that they're talking there about consumption in the UK dropping 30%. It's one of the sort of high-frequency data points, I guess, they are looking at. They're going on to say the balance of risks to the economic outlook are to the downside, which I guess we would have expected. A lot of other breaking news coming through from the corporates. Let's break out of this this Bank of England story briefly to talk about those then, Matt.
Yeah, we have IAG, for example, coming out right now and saying it expects a return to a meaningful schedule in July. So IAG coming out and saying that it's got a return to a meaningful service, I guess, in July. It's accessing the UK's coronavirus corporate finance facilities. So IAG is doing a little to get a little help from UK corporate finance facilities. We know they've already taken help from Spain, or already at least signed up for that. So a little bit more there on IAG. And we got some more on German industrial production. It's worse than had been expected. German March industrial output fell 9.2%. The estimate was for a 7.4% drop, but then we're seeing data often worse than expected in these times, as analysts and economists just don't bother, I think, to update their forecasts to so low, because they're more interested in looking ahead. In any case, German March industrial output down 9.2%.
Let's talk, Matt, about what's going on at BT. Another corporate reporting out of London this morning. 2019-20 results overall in line with expectations, but it's what they're doing on the dividend that will be interesting to investors. The final dividend suspended for 2019-20 and all dividends for 2020-21. They do hope to resume, or expect to resume, the dividend in 21-22, rebased to 7.7 pence per share. They are also providing no guidance, so they're not providing any guidance for 2020-2021. So yet another company stepping away from its guidance there. And we're also getting some other details coming through from BT, but we'll leave that story there and get back to the Bank of England. Simon Kennedy joins us now. Simon Kennedy, Bloomberg's executive editor for economics, of course. And Simon, really interesting to see, well, I mean, no change at the Bank of England, basically, but there were two dissenters, two members of the MPC wanted to do more now.
Yeah, and I think that'll be a sign of the debate, where the debate's going. This seems to be a very much a taking stock decision by the Bank of England. Obviously, been very active, very aggressive in the recent weeks regarding the coronavirus and the need to support the economy through the shutdown. Jonathan Haskell, Michael Saunders wanting extra asset purchases. And so I think that will be a debate that will continue to be held in coming weeks about whether that QE program needs to be boosted.
So we've got a couple voting to increase asset purchases, but it looks like maybe they'll take their time and wait a little. They do say UK GDP is going to rise 15% in 2021. What do you think about the forward-looking statements coming out of the Bank of England, Simon?
So it's anyone's guess, really, and the Bank of England will be in the dark as well about what's going to happen in 2021. Obviously, a 15% would be a bounce, and in any traditional times they will be overjoyed by a 15% expansion in their economy. But obviously it depends how hard the fall is this year, and so there's going to be the questions about what 2021 comes later. The Bank of England obliged to
order filled, order submitted, order submitted.
A lot will depend on how deep the recession goes.
It does seem they've been running some scenarios at the Bank of England, as you would expect any economist to do, Simon. They talk about an illustrative scenario. They also talk about how the Bank of England's scenario is for a sharp temporary slump with slow recovery. And this is, I mean, they will be making their own assumptions about how long the UK economy remains in various parts locked down, and for how long consumers don't want to go out to coffee shops and restaurants even when they do open, and what kind of impact this has on the economy. It's the length of the tail that this recession has, I suppose, which is the big unknown.
Yeah, and I think when you hear sharp temporary slump with slow recovery, that's kind of is the potential view, not just for the UK economy, but the world economy. Early on, you have the hopes that
Welcome back to the European Open. We are still about 47 minutes away from the cash open. Across Europe, you can see futures are pointing slightly higher, not huge jumps here, of course, but the FTSE and the CAC Quran are both up about 0.25% in terms of futures. Let's get the Bloomberg First Word News, your top news stories off of the Bloomberg terminal. Starting with the World Health Organization, it is considering a new mission to seek the source of the coronavirus outbreak in China. Medical experts are calling for a trip to uncover the animal origins of the pandemic. It comes as the White House says there's evidence the virus came from a lab in Wuhan. Intelligence agencies are casting doubt on that theory. China has also repeatedly denied the claim. BlackRock's Larry Fink has a stark message for investors. Things are likely to get worse. In a call this week, he sketched out a grim outlook for corporate America. That includes mass bankruptcies, empty planes, and an increase in the corporate tax rate to as much as 29%. Fink says there's a risk the outbreak will be severe enough to leave a long-lasting impact on the American psyche. And President Trump has vetoed legislation that would limit his power for military action in Iran. The president described it as a very insulting resolution. It would have required congressional approval for engaging in hostilities against Tehran. It comes after a U.S. airstrike killed a top Iranian general earlier this year, and the veto was, of course, expected.
Order
Global
filled.
News 24
Order
hours a
canceled.
day, on air and a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Now, the oil glut has been good for tankers. With space in on-land tanks already booked up or filled, the surplus has to be stashed somewhere, and that's often on super tankers that are floating in the water. One company that's benefited is Euronav. Its fleet is dominated by crude carriers, and it reported a first quarter adjusted earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization that beat analysts' estimates. Joining us now is the CEO of Euronav, Hugo de Stoop. Hugo, let me start by asking you, after so much of your capacity has been taken up by the contango, do you have any storage space left?
Yes, of course. Good morning to you all. We have 72 tankers, and only a few have been taken for storage, and that's the rest. That is the case for the rest of the industry. So we have about 815 VLCCs. They can carry 2 million barrels each, and about 100 of those vessels have been taken in one way, shape, or fashion as storage tankers. So there's plenty more capacity there.
Good morning to you, Hugo. There's plenty more capacity. That seems to contrast with all the headlines we saw recently about storage maxing out. Is that because those headlines weren't taking into account your facilities? How come you have so much capacity left?
That's correct. First and foremost, our fleet is there for trading, i.e. for transporting the oil from the production to the refineries. And when you read the headlines about storage capacity, most of them are talking about land storage capacity, not a storage on board vessels, because this is exceptional.
But is there any reason to be transporting oil from anywhere to refiners right now, Hugo? Don't refiners have more oil than they can deal with already?
That's correct. So most of the refineries have cut their imports of oil. But let's not forget that the world in normal circumstances is consuming about 100 million barrels. And at the moment, the demand for petroleum products is set at around 70 to 75. So you still have, say, 75 million barrels that part of them needs to be transported. We believe that it's about 40% of that needs to be transported. So there's still quite a big demand for transportation, and the rest of the capacity can then be used as storage units.
Hugo, what's happening to tanker rates at the moment? How do you expect those to evolve?
Well, tanker rates have been extremely volatile since the beginning of the year. You've seen our fantastic results in Q1. We have also showed what we have done so far in Q2. And in Q2, we're at $95,000 a day. That is for a vessel that is breaking even at below 30,000. So the margin is absolutely phenomenal. In recent days, the rates have slightly decreased. We are now at between 50 and 60,000. In some routes, we continue to book those voyages at 90,000. So it's very volatile. It's very difficult to predict. If the amount of capacity taken by storage would increase, then obviously the remaining fleet would probably, which is traded on the spot, would probably also go back to this phenomenal level, which are $80,000, $90,000, $100,000 a day.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order
What are you
submitted.
doing with the money?
Order
I mean, I
filled.
see that you have a
Order
dividend
submitted.
out at 81
Order
cents
submitted.
right now. The rest of your profits, will you plow back into new tank?
Prices we saw around that May contract, certainly good for some in the market. Now, up next, we'll stick with the energy theme. Equinor profit drops by 63% in the first quarter after oil prices crash under the weight of the coronavirus pandemic. Coming up, we will hear from the CEO of Equinor, that is Eldar Satra. That interview next. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. Let's stick with the oil theme and get to the conversation around Equinor. Profits dropping by 63% in the first quarter after oil prices crashed under the weight of the coronavirus pandemic. The company suspends its 7% growth target for 2020 due to market uncertainties and Norway's decision to cut output to help international efforts to curb supply. Joining us now is Eldar Sartre, the CEO of Equinor. Eldar, great to see you as ever here on the programme. You've suspended your guidance in terms of production. When do you think you'll have some idea about how much you plan to produce this year?
You know, it's an extraordinary situation. We have the COVID situation. We have curtailment on top of our production. We have been notified of curtailment of the Norwegian continental shelf. And we're also focusing a lot on value over volume, to put it that way. That means both where we have flexible volumes in the U.S. and in our gas business in Norway, we have to adapt to the market situation and how we look at markets going forward. So that gives us so much uncertainty in the current environment that right now, summing up all these uncertainties, we are not able to give a precise guidance for this year. But we delivered 3% production increase in the first quarter. So we will come back with further guidance when we have more confidence both on the flexibility that we are adjusting to and also the curtailments that we have to address in our going business.
What kind of curtailment do you have to address from the Norwegian government's decision to cut output across all fields? Is that going to affect, or how is that going to affect your fields? How is that going to affect Sverdrup?
Order filled. Order canceled.
So we don't know yet.
Order
so
filled.
The government has indicated that 250,000 barrels a day curtailment for June.
Order filled.
And 134
Order canceled.
So in total for the rest of the year, second half of the year. But they have made no decision as to how to allocate these between different fields. We know there are certain fields that will not be included in this, but how this will be allocated, that remains to be seen. And the government, we expect them to come out with further, more detailed guidance on that anytime soon now.
What support, Eldar, do you hope for, expect from the Norwegian government? Clearly there's the conversation around production levels that you talk about there, but they've deferred some taxes, I understand. Are you calling for any other assistance?
Oh yeah, there is, the oil and gas industry in Norway has proposed some adjustments to the government on taxation, basically where you can have, speed up tax deductions and get a bigger impact in this current environment. So that is a discussion that is ongoing. There has been proposals with the government that we are not at all very happy with. So if we continue the discussions, then hopefully we will end up with an adjustment that will give us both increased liquidity and a stronger profitability in some of the projects that is ahead of us. So this is really to increase activity so that we can, support also the supplier industry in this really tough environment. We need them to go hand in hand with the suppliers so that, we can go together into the future. We need that capacity intact.
All right, Eldar, thanks very much for joining us. Eldar Sartre, CEO of Equinor.
Thank you very much.
Talking to us briefly about his earnings there and expectations for the future. Coming up, IHG sees revenue per available room slump almost 25% in the first quarter as the coronavirus crushes the travel industry. We'll speak to the hotel operator's CEO, Keith Barr, next. This is Bloomberg.
order filled, order filled, order filled, order filled, order canceled, order canceled, order canceled, order canceled.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. Half an hour to go until the start of the European equity trading day. But let's get to the earnings story. IHG reported revenue per available room, or RevPAR, that slumped almost 25% in the first quarter as the coronavirus crushed the travel industry. The hotel operator, whose brands include the Intercontinental, Crown Plaza and Holiday Inn brands, sees continued disruption to travel in the months ahead. I'm pleased to say that joining us now is IHG's CEO, Keith Barr. Keith, very good to speak to you. I wonder about the visibility that you have for the business at the moment. As bad as the first quarter might have been, how much worse will the second quarter be?
Well, thank you very much for having me here. It's been an incredibly challenging time for this industry, unprecedented, as people have said. And I'm really proud of how our colleagues have reacted around the world to look after customers, look after the safety of our colleagues in the hotels, and work with our owners. As you noted, we had a good start in January and February. Then RevPAR was down 55% in March, going to be down 80% in the month of April. And that's a fairly consistent trend around the industry. And so clearly it's a very, very challenging time. We have limited visibility going forward on what's going to happen in terms of revenue growth, because it's all really contingent upon what happens with lockdowns, what happens with hotels being allowed to reopen in many countries, and what happens with travel. But it's a long-term investment that you make in real estate and hotels, and we've been through this challenge in the past. And it's a very, very resilient business from an IHG perspective and across the board too. So we're confident in the long term. And right now we're making sure that we're positioning our company to get through the next few months, the next challenging time frame, and working with our owners and colleagues around the world to make sure they get through this.
So Keith, we have heard now from IAG as well as Ryanair that they see a return to relatively normal flight schedules in July. Is that sort of on par with when you expect people to come back and rent rooms in your hotels?
Well, right now, our occupancies are in the mid-20s around the world, too. So people think that there's no one staying in hotels, but actually people are staying in hotels. Some people are still traveling for business. We're also actually helping out hosting frontline workers in many, many places around the world, too. So we have people staying in our hotels today. And we are seeing interest and demand going forward. It will really depend upon what happens with lockdowns and how people are unable to go back to work. It varies around the world. So in Greater China, where it's further ahead in terms of progression, in terms of how it's handled the virus, our teams are back in the office working. Hotels are almost all open, and we are seeing a slight return of demand. I was talking to our Sixth Senses team the other day. Their hotel in China and also in Vietnam were almost full over the Labor Day holiday. So you see, there is that rising level of demand and interest in travel, but it's going to take a while. And I think we have very, very limited visibility. And I think what will come back first is domestic businesses. And that's principally what IHG has. While we are in 100 countries and territories, 85 to 90% of our businesses are basically domestic. So big business in the United States, here in the UK, in Greater China, Australia, places like that too. So those domestic businesses will recover faster, I think, than the international long haul. And leisure will come back as well too, because people have an inherent desire to travel and really want to get out, especially over the summertime months once the lockdowns are lifted.
Keith, can I ask you about revenue per available room? You've talked about it dropping nearly 25% in the first quarter. UBS was suggesting that RevPAR will not return to 2019 levels until 2024. Clearly, nobody has a crystal ball, but what are your expectations around that, given what you've said about when you see domestic travel returning before the international stuff?
Yeah, excuse me, I was on a CEO roundtable on Zoom the other day. And we were all talking about this, and we said all of our crystal balls are a bit murky at the moment because really no one knows. Candidly, we're not really sure when revenues will recover. We do fundamentally believe, having been through the financial crisis and having been through 9/11, those were real shocks to demand for a period of time, and then the industry did recover. Remember, after 9/11, no one thought they would get back on planes. But then we got used to taking our shoes off in the United States and increased security and not meeting friends and loved ones at gates. And we had a record decade of travel. And the same thing happened after the financial crisis, too. So I think it will come back. It will take time, though. So I think, you think about how will it progress. You'll have domestic travel come back before international travel. You'll see a slow growth of meetings and events and conferences over time, and it will ramp back over the coming years. Someone asked me the other day, I was talking to a very good friend, is this the end of travel? Is technology going to replace this? And whether it's Zoom or Teams, that may replace conference calls, but that's not going to replace big conventions, big meetings and events, and it definitely doesn't replace leisure travel. So it will come back over time. Again, we have limited visibility, but we're well positioned as a company to get through this for the next few years.
But you do have, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have a lot of franchisees, right, who are operating, some of them with 80% drops in RevPAR in this quarter. Are they having cash flow problems? Are they reaching out to you for credit lines? Are you helping them work with banks to get the money they need to get through this?
Yeah, fundamentally. So we have 5,900 hotels around the world, and most of those hotels are small businesses. So small business owners who have 1, 2, or 3 hotels, their break-even is around 30% occupancy, and so we're running in the mid-20s right now, so we're getting close to that. We worked very closely with our owners to reduce their operating costs, reduce their capital commitments, help them with fees, and help them with payment plans. Additionally, leaning into governments with the CARES Act in the United States to help get them the support they need to keep people employed. So the health and the well-being of our franchise is fundamental to us. So it's looking after the safety and security of our guests, making sure that we can operate in the new normal, and also making sure our franchisees, their financial security is looked after as well too. So thank you for bringing it up. It's crucial for what we're doing right now.
All right, Keith, thanks very much for your time. Really appreciate it. This morning, IHG CEO Keith Barr talking about one of the businesses really hardest hit by this pandemic. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash news now. Here are today's top corporate stories from the Bloomberg terminal. Apple is maintaining its lead in the smartwatch market. That's as the devices defied a global sales slump. The coronavirus outbreak is driving up demand for health tracking, with Strategy Analytics estimating a 20% rise in overall shipments. The Apple Watch is seen as a key driver of growth for the tech giant. A bailout for Lufthansa is being slowed down by disagreements here in Berlin. There is a draft proposal for a 10 billion euro rescue package in exchange for a 25% stake 1+1 shares, so the government has veto power over company policy if needed. But some in Chancellor Angela Merkel's ruling party are arguing this would give the government too much power in Lufthansa's affairs. Peloton's quarterly revenue soared.
No, I mean, say whatever you like, but I was just going to say, I'm not going to mention those two statements that look to conflict with each other. I was waiting for BN to get to the bottom of that.
It looks like slow is a term that they just made up. You know? I don't know why.
Okay.
But
okay, I don't know. I'm just going to focus on the ready to do more and the dissenters.
The thing is, isn't it exciting that they expect a rapid recovery and a 15% jump in GDP in 2021?
Welcome back to the European Market Open. We are 20 minutes or so from the start of the cash equities trading day, and it looks as if we'll see a little bit of a bounce at the start of trade. Here in London, digesting the latest comments from the Bank of England, no change in their QE bond buying programme today, and no change in interest rates. Though, Matt, it was interesting that they do suggest they're ready to do more stimulus to fight the pandemic crisis. And looking at the details written up by one of our colleagues, officials had already increased the bond buying programme to £645 billion. And they will likely, it seems, need to do more. At the current pace, officials have said that they're going to hit their current goal at the beginning of July. So if more QE is needed, they'll need to add to that 645, maybe next month. Maybe that comes in June. We saw a couple of dissenters calling for more QE this time.
Yeah, we did. And it looks like a lot of people think that more will be needed. On the other hand, I thought it was pretty fascinating to see that the BOE sees GDP falling 14% this year, and they say they stand ready to ease further. But then they see GDP rising by 15% in 2021, and indeed they expect, they said, a relatively rapid recovery. So from at least what I'm seeing in this Bank of headlines and in the parts of the statement that I've read, it looks like the Bank of England is, if not forecasting a V-shaped recovery, at least kind of a check mark recovery, a swoosh, if you will. So it's very interesting to me that this would be taken in a negative way and not as a little bit of a reassuring. They stand by ready with more easing if necessary, and they expect to jump back 15% bounce back in GDP in 2021. I think it's pretty fascinating stuff. Anna?
Let's talk about what's going on in the telecom sector, shall we now? We've got this news out of Telefonica and Liberty Global. They've agreed to create the UK's largest phone and internet operator. The deal values the new company, combining Virgin Media and OT, at £31 billion. The joint venture is set to pose a challenge, of course, to the dominance of BT in so-called converged services. Let's get to some expert analysis now. Matt Bloxham from Bloomberg Intelligence joins us. Matt, great to have you with us. So what does it mean for UK consumers if we put these two businesses together? Because other mergers in the sector, maybe where they operated more in exactly the same space, have been blocked. This is more about converged services across a number of different consumer products, and maybe this one stands to fare a little better with regulators. What does this mean for the UK consumer?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, as you say, O2 is substantially just a mobile operator, 21 million or so customers, and Virgin Media really a kind of TV and broadband company with about 5 million or so customers. So it's a complementary deal. There'll be overlap between their customer bases, and what they'll be hoping to do is offer those customers a better deal by bringing their mobile and their broadband service together. So you might still end up paying more for the two together as a customer, but when you can add up them separately, you're getting a discount to it. So that's kind of going to be really one of the main things they're going to be trying to do, and I think that's definitely something that regulators will be looking at. I think this kind of deal usually doesn't attract too much scrutiny from regulators, but their ambition is to kind of protect the consumers. I think they'll be wanting to see the right messages about offering better value to UK consumers.
Yeah, of course they want to protect competition. How badly is this going to hit the competition? How hard will rivals be affected?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to make BT, Vodafone and Sky all sit up and think about how they're running their businesses, that they're all potentially at risk of these kind of more compelling converged offers that the O2 and Virgin Media might put to customers. There's going to be overlaps running into the millions of customers for each of these operators. We did some analysis earlier in the week when the news first broke that there might be about £1 billion of BT's consumer revenue that overlaps with this Virgin Media footprint. So it's going to take a few years, but definitely these could be sizable sums of money and customers that are at risk for each of these three main competitors.
We've apart from this deal, Matthew, we seem to have seen a collapse in global deal making, as you might expect when there's such uncertainty and such a lack of visibility. I saw that Telefonica withdrew its guidance at the same time as it feels confident enough to go ahead with creating this new joint venture with Liberty Global. That seems an incredible state of affairs, I suppose.
It does to some degree. Actually, we had BT results today, and they cut their dividend too. And I think perhaps to some extent, in response to this, are being more aggressive in their fibre ambitions for the UK market. So it is a difficult time. But I think for Telefonica, one of the reasons they wanted to do this deal because they've got a huge debt pile, and actually the way they're constructing this transaction, they'll actually get money out of the deals. It's a joint venture, and essentially Liberty Global is going to pay to them, maybe £5 or £6 billion of money. So for Telefonica, from a financial re-engineering perspective, this is a good deal. I think in terms of other M&A, there's potentially one or two transactions left that could be done in the UK. Probably the one that people have talked about most from here now would be whether Sky, which is obviously now owned by the US Comcast cable operator, might do something with Vodafone, because everybody thought for years that Vodafone was going to be the one that merged with Virgin Media in the UK. So the fact that Virgin have gone with O2 puts Vodafone slightly out in the cold. So they'll be thinking about what they can do, what they need to do to respond to this on the M&A front.
All right, Matthew, thanks very much for joining us on this. Matthew Bloxham from Bloomberg Intelligence talking to us about this O2 Virgin Telefonica Liberty deal. Let's get the Bloomberg First Word news for you. The top stories off the terminal. The Bank of England is signaling it may need to do more to combat the coronavirus slump. That's after policymakers voted unanimously to keep their benchmark interest rate unchanged at a record low 0.1%. But two voted for an immediate £100 billion increase in bond buying. The UK is set to ease parts of its nationwide lockdown, by the way, on Monday. Prime Minister Boris Johnson says he'll have a full statement on his plans Sunday. He's under pressure to get British business moving again without... Hello.
Hey, hi.
Man, I wish I had a tea set up here on set.
I feel like having boiling water near the set is probably a liability. Just a thought.
That's true. Definitely true.
Order submitted. 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 Order submitted.
Welcome back to the European market open. Just minutes away from the start of the equity trading day. 9 minutes to go until we get cash equities trading. Will we see a small bounce at the start of the trading day? Bloomberg's Danny Berger joins us now. She's been looking at some details. Talk us through IAG, because the extent to which sector-specific bailouts are going to be provided, very topical within the aviation sector. In the meantime, they tap the furlough scheme and they tell us just how badly things have turned out for that sector. What's IAG saying?
That's right. Now, already they've also gotten support from the Spanish government, but today they say that they've gotten £300 million worth of support from the UK government's Corona corporate facility. This essentially helps them build a bigger buffer against any of the fallout. It helps them extend British Airways' revolving credit facility. This has been a clear plan from IAG. Basically, they want to cut costs and shore up liquidity. But those things, too, of course, come to a bit of a head because they're getting government support, but at the same time slashing thousands of jobs. But it really just shows how much effort they're going to keeping things afloat. They're also restructuring basically every part of the business. And it also says it's going to be using all of these credit facilities. So it's not just holding on to them just in case. It's going to be utilizing them. The other bit of news here is the CEO, Willie Walsh, is finally retiring in September. He had delayed it because of the pandemic.
You know, I see that IAG as well as Ryanair both have said they'll get back to relatively normal schedules in July. What do we know about Air France, KLM, and how is it doing financially compared to those other two?
Yeah, definitely a stark warning from Air France. Remember, the second biggest European carrier, they say it's going to take years before things get back to normal. So definitely not a speedy turnaround of a few months. They're also warning that the second quarter is going to be much worse than the first quarter. Now, remember, Air France has also gotten state loans. Again, this is a really big theme in the aviation industry. So this does give them a margin of comfort. And the CFO today on the call confirmed as much. But the issue, he says, is if this is prolonged and deep, it's definitely going to call into question their equity.
Really interesting to see those headlines then from those two aviation giants. We're also getting Norwegian Air Shuttle giving us some details about where they're turning for funding, and part of the solution for them has been an offer to shareholders. They say it's been oversubscribed at a maximum of 400 million Norwegian kroner. So interesting to see that equity offering going through this
Order
morning.
submitted.
Let's
Order
talk about
submitted.
another company and another sector, in fact, Danny, that you've been looking at. That's AB InBev.
Yeah, that's right. Airlines and hospitality is certainly two industries that have been vastly affected.
Filled.
Well,
Order
AB InBev,
submitted.
like
Order
Air France,
submitted.
warning that this quarter is going to be much worse than the first. And you can already see some of the effects coming through. In April, shipments dropped by a third. That compares to a 9% drop in the first quarter. It really shows you just how quickly the picture is deteriorating as bars and restaurants stay closed. And this is especially going to
Order
be
filled.
for
Order
AB
filled.
InBev. Remember,
Order
even before
submitted.
this pandemic,
Order
they were
submitted.
struggling with the
Order
really
submitted.
large debt pile,
Order
trying to
submitted.
reduce that,
Order
doing
filled.
sales.
Order
So
submitted.
that's also going to be
Order
at the forefront
submitted.
of them, this huge amount of debt they have as they're trying to cope with the fallout and reduced cash they're receiving.
All right, Danny, thanks very much. Danny Berger there with some of the stocks that you should definitely be watching this morning. The open is in less than 5 minutes time right now. We do have futures pointing higher. At least they were pointing higher the last time I looked. Marginal gains, not huge gains, but we are still seeing 1/10, 0.2% up on futures. The open next. This is Bloomberg.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order canceled. 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 Order canceled.
More to combat the coronavirus slump as policymakers vote unanimously to maintain its benchmark rate. We'll speak a little bit later on this morning into the afternoon to the Governor of the Bank of England, Andrew Bailey. And a mission to China. The WHO considers investigating the source of the coronavirus as Britain prepares to ease parts of its nationwide lockdown. Matt, how do futures look?
Futures are still pointing higher, or at least they were when I looked 10 seconds ago. The gains are not big, so you could see a turnaround in today's trade. For example, DAX futures are only up 0.02%. So as we start to see indexes trade, and they're just opening now, you could see gains. FTSE futures up 0.3%. So the FTSE probably going to come out of the gate in a positive territory, and you can see it is trading up 1 or 0.2%. The Euro Stoxx index is down a little bit, but we really can call that safely unchanged. The IBEX in Spain gaining 0.7%. So you can see that Spain is doing better than the rest of Europe that's open, although the CAC is up in Paris 0.5% itself. So as we wait for the DAX to open, there you see it now up 0.3%. It does look like European stocks, Anna, are up across the board.
Let's get to our guest this morning then, Matt. Hugh Gimber is joining us. European markets opening up. That's as the Bank of England is signalling it may need to do more to combat the coronavirus slump. Policymakers voted to keep the benchmark interest rate unchanged at a record low of 0.1%. But there was a bit of dissent over whether the QE program should be increased at this point. Let's speak to Hugh Gimber, a global market strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management, who joins us now. Hugh, very good to speak to you this morning. So let's start with the Bank of England, shall we? And we heard this morning that there were two dissenters, two members of the MPC calling for more QE sooner. You had maybe hoped for some QE this time around. Do you think it must be coming next month?
I think it'll be coming soon, yes, because if you think back to the 200 billion announcement that we had in March, that was based on a scenario where government borrowing costs were looking like they were going to be lower than we now know they will be. And so all the way through this, the Bank of England's aim, I think, has been to really be mopping up whatever kind of government bond issuance that's required to enable the government to fund a very sizable fiscal stimulus package without disrupting the bond market. So in my view, the bank could have made life a little bit easier for themselves by acting today to increase that purchase amount. But if it's not come today, I think it will come certainly in the next few months.
What do you expect in terms of the recovery for the UK economy? I mean, the BOE says 15% bounce back in GDP in 2021. It looks like that goes with another dollop of stimulus. Is that how you see it as well?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, looking through the numbers that the Bank of England have published, it's interesting to me that bounce back in 2021 still doesn't fully catch you up to the levels where GDP sat at the end of 2019. So they're suggesting that this is going to take more than a couple of years to fully work through the system. And what caught my eye as well was that they're expecting some precautionary behavior from consumers to persist long after lockdown measures are lifted. And I think that's fully appropriate. We have to acknowledge that economic forecasting at this point is really a stab in the dark. There are clearly a wide range of uncertain outcomes. But I think that sort of assumption of a slow, gradual resumption of activity and one that leaves both GDP and corporate earnings below 2019 levels at the end of 2021 would seem appropriate to me.
Yeah, they certainly reference things taking some time to pick up post the virus. In terms of the earnings season that we've seen so far then, Hugh, what are your thoughts on where you've been surprised to the up and the downside? Everybody went into this thinking it was going to be, even if it's not pretty dreadful in the numbers, that there'd be a lot of cautious statements around the second quarter. What have your takeaways been so far?
Sure. So, I mean, first of all, clearly this earnings season has bucked the recent trend in that even though analyst estimates are downgraded significantly on the way in, the numbers that we've seen so far have still disappointed even to those significantly downgraded estimates. I think it's told you a lot as well about the unusual shape of this recession, because the divergence in numbers from the sort of tech winners and the online winners for the sectors that have clearly been hit much harder, such as airlines and travel, is really, really significant. And so I think it does tell investors quite a lot about how the nature of defensive stocks and defensive sectors in this particular recession is quite different to any sort of playbook that we've seen in the past.
Do you like corporate debt right now over equities, or do you see equities that you want to buy or industries that you want to buy in equities as well?
So for me, what's been most notable is that the central bank coverage of purchases, their umbrella of purchases has broadened to cover corporate credit in the US. So if I look back at all of the policy decisions that we've had over the past couple of months, that change from the Fed to now open up buying investment grade and even high yield bonds, I think is probably the most significant that we've seen. And so when I'm thinking about taking risks today, frankly, I'm still reasonably nervous about risk assets broadly, because I think they've moved a long way in a very short space of time to bounce back from those March lows. But I think if you are looking to take risks, then doing it in credit markets that have that more explicit backstop from the central banks feels more attractive to me. That on top of the idea that if you're going to get further government intervention, as we're hearing, for example, in European airlines potentially in the coming days, that is going to favor bondholders much more than shareholders. And so I think on a relative basis, there is a preference for credit over equities at this point.
Yeah, place in the capital structure seems to matter at times like this. Hugh, we'll pick up on some of your some of these thoughts in our next conversation. Hugh Gimber, Global Market Strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management. He stays with us on the programme. Coming up, we'll bring you more on our interview with the Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey. That is at 12 o'clock UK time. The Bank of England signalling that it could do more on QE, and we just heard from Hugh Gimber there is an expectation that some more comes through in terms of that QE. We'll get more details on Hugh's
Order submitted. 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 Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order canceled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled.
ECB is faced with a cloud of uncertainty about prospects. Inflation is likely to fall much further in the next few months. ECB policy has provided, he says, crucial support to the economy, of course, closely monitoring the situation, and the PEPP program has helped to forestall an undue fiscal tightening. He says the bank is more determined than ever, though, to ensure a supportive stance, and it stands ready to make further adjustments to the measures that they've taken. Fiscal actions are, he says, though, the first line of defense, trying to pass the baton to governments. And the interesting thing here will be that this is just the statement, right, that he's giving, prepared remarks. Here you can see he's started to speak via video conference. When we get to the Q&A section, if he doesn't mention it here, he is almost certain to get questions from EU lawmakers on the German court decision that urged the ECB to come up with changes to its quantitative easing program in order for the Bundesbank to continue to remain a part of that program. Now, that's not the same as the PEP program. That's not the same as what what he's talking about right now, but it's got a lot of similarities, and therefore you could see some fallout from the German court decision on the ECB's upcoming action or current actions, and that's what EU lawmakers may be focused on today. Anna?
So that's the ECB conversation. Let's put questions around that to Hugh Gimber, JP Morgan Asset Management, EMEA Global Strategies.
Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
To do more to support the Eurozone economy. Sure, they want the fiscal actors to do more, but maybe the ECB needs to do a little bit more, and yet they find themselves challenged by national courts, in this case, Germany. This week we saw Germany, of course. The politics of this, is it getting limiting for the ECB?
Absolutely. I think this is an unhelpful distraction, really, because for the past few months, the ECB's absolute focus has been on trying to convince the market that they can be a backstop to prices effectively. And so we saw the volatility just a couple of months ago when Lagarde was speaking, first of all saying that the ECB weren't there to backstop peripheral spreads, and then quickly having to clarify that message. And this is just going to really ramp up the scrutiny on any future changes and any future messaging from the ECB. So I think the ECB will have to do more. If you compare their purchase programs to that we've seen from the Fed or indeed the Bank of England, they look significantly smaller. And so I think that they are going to have to flex the muscles within the PEP to try and bring back spreads, because really governments need to be able to borrow significant amounts at the moment, and can only do so provided that borrowing costs remain very closely under control. So for me, this is not where ECB policymakers want to be spending their time at the moment, and it's unfortunate that they're now going to have to do so for much of the next few weeks.
Well, I mean, the problem there is that a lot of investors might not want to lend money to Italy unless they're sure that Germany is willing to pay them back. Do you see ramifications for the German court decision on the PEP program?
So my sense would be no. I think the ECB's response this week has been very proportionate in that they are continuing to do whatever is required within their mandate. I just think it's going to make any sort of further changes potentially slower. And so, frankly, the old sort of cliched adage that Europe will only find compromise in a crisis is unfortunately coming back to bite us again.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Eventually, if they need to make changes, but they're likely to do so at a more restricted pace and perhaps in sort of slower increases because of the political pressure.
Hugh, thanks very much. Thanks for joining us this morning. Hugh Gimber, Global Market Strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management. Hugh will be continuing his conversation with us here at Bloomberg, but on Bloomberg Radio at 9 a.m. UK time. Up next, we're going to be speaking to the Austrian finance minister. He no doubt will be interested in everything the ECB's de Guindos has to say. Vice President of the ECB currently speaking, addressing European lawmakers. Matt's been through the headlines, but talking about how the PEP program is helping to forestall undue tightening, and also talking about how fiscal actions are the first line of defense. What do those fiscal actions look like in Austria? Do they need to be stepped up? We'll be talking to the finance minister of Austria, that is Gernot Blumel, after the country recorded its deepest economic contraction since 2008. It's probably in good company there, though. We'll talk more about the Austrian economy. This is Bloomberg.
The pandemic hit the financial sector with an economic shock of unprecedented speed, scale,
Anna?
Yeah.
I've just added you to a chat with Boris and Matthias in case they have any, live suggestions during this interview.
Okay, perfect.
Is that Aggie?
Yes. Would you like me to position you?
more. I wonder what this means in an Austrian context, and we'll get that question to the finance minister in just a moment. Austria, one of the first countries to ease restrictions, it comes as the country recorded its deepest economic contraction since 2008, with first quarter GDP down 2.5% from the previous quarter. I think we have the Austrian finance minister with us. Let me see if Gernot Blumel, the finance minister of Austria, whether he can hear us. No, apparently not. So, Matt, let's linger on these lines then from De Guindos. Inflation likely to fall much further in the next months, suggesting maybe the ECB does need to do something more if it is really serious about getting to its mandate, Matt.
Yes, and he also said, though, that fiscal actions are the first line of defense. He wants governments to do more to help their own economies, and Austria is one of those governments that is doing just that. Gernot Blumel, the finance minister for Austria, joins us right now. And Mr. Minister, you have already spent, I think, 10% of GDP, 10% of your GDP to help out local companies. Do you think that you've done enough, or do you need to do more?
Well, there will be more, of course. This is only the first stage of fight against the virus, which contained of two different steps. On the one hand side, trying to reduce the spread of the virus, to make sure that all the people who need a hospital cure get it, and at the same time investing into Austrian businesses with guarantees, loans, and so on, to help them to get through this time of shutdown. We have to start a second stage now in negotiating ways to increase supply and demand to get back our growth rates.
Let me ask you about the unemployment rate that you're seeing in Austria, Minister. So up by 170,000. If you look at that per head of population, it does seem as if your unemployment rate has gone up quicker than Germany and Switzerland. What do you attribute that to, and what do you plan to do?
Depends on how you estimate and value the numbers. We have 1.2 million people within our short working scheme, which means that the government pays for their loans, basically, so that the companies do not have to send them into unemployment. If you take them into account, then it's, of course, a vast number. But those people still have a job. Those people get up to 90% of their wages. And if you look at the numbers that the European Commission issued, Austria is quite low in unemployment rates compared to other countries.
I want to ask about the airline situation, Mr. Minister, because you have expressed an interest in helping out with 800 million euros in state aid for Lufthansa, Austrian Airlines. What do you want in exchange for that? Do you want a hefty chunk of shares? Do you want a seat on the board?
Well, the aviation industry was one of the first that was hit by the pandemic crisis, and might be one of the last ones that gets back to normal. So, of course, we are willing to help Austrian Airlines, who is a subsidiary of Lufthansa, because it's simply important for the strategic Austrian position and the hub in Vienna. But it's taxpayers' money, so we need something in return. If you look at Switzerland with Swiss Airways and the negotiations with Lufthansa, they got such guarantees, and we want something similar if we to help Austrian Airways.
What are you thinking? We saw that Germany may get 25% plus one share. What exactly are you thinking in terms of what you want?
There are still talks going on a technical level, and we simply do not want to cross out any option that is possible. The outcome cannot be foreseen at the moment. The talks are going on, but we're willing to help if we get something in return.
What about the plan you have in place to allow companies to access money from the government? Some companies have been complaining it's too bureaucratic when they look at other countries and the schemes they run. They say the Austrian scheme requires too many documents, too many questions are asked, and banks are slow. Are you looking at making changes to the plans to support business?
Well, we are constantly evaluating the instruments that we implemented to help the Austrian economy. We talk to businesses and try to facilitate the helps and guarantee schemes. We have one big challenge, that is the European support scheme law that has quite high restrictions. And each measure that we want to implement to help Austrian economies has to be notified and accepted by the European Commission. It would speed up the process and make it much less bureaucratic if we could set out this supply scheme or this restriction scheme for the time of the crisis.
What are the challenges, the biggest challenges you're facing here, Mr. Minister? I know that Margrethe Vestager has refused to allow state aid rules to be put on hold. Is the bureaucracy in Brussels holding you back?
Well, to a certain extent, unfortunately, this is the case. Let me give you one example. The definition of healthy companies that is necessary to fulfill, to be able to give guarantees from the state side to Austrian companies is on a European definition much more strict than on an Austrian definition. So if you would be allowed to apply the Austrian definition of what is a healthy company before the crisis, we could help many more businesses than under the European scheme.
All right. Mr. Minister, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Really appreciate your time. Gernot Blumel there is the finance minister for Austria, one of the first countries to really lock down hard, and now one of the first countries to start to open up in terms of European economies. Up next, Continental plans to cut investments by at least 20% this year. It warns profit will fall significantly in the second quarter. That's the number one thing I don't ever want to happen. Why would that be the case? All right, Conti is up next. I have some Continental tires on my Multistrada. Who comes in next? Anna welcomes back.
Welcome back to the European equity market open. And European equity markets, then, this is a picture of what they're doing right now. The stock 600 actually up by a fraction, by 0.5% in fact. And if we look at what's going on from a sector perspective, we've got real estate to the upside. And in fact, all of the sectors are in positive territory apart from insurance, which is the only one to the downside. So real estate, retail and basic resources all climbing, along with media, financial services, and insurance is to the downside. Also laggards this morning, healthcare and telecom. So we have a sort of risk-on tone, Matt, to markets this morning as we see further measures being taken in different parts of Europe to open up economies, and we see the corporate earnings season continue, of course, with plenty of companies withdrawing their guidance, some continuing to scrap dividends. So all these sort of crosswinds at the forefront of investors' minds this morning.
All right, let's get the Bloomberg First Word news right now. Top stories from the Bloomberg terminal. Top trade negotiators from the U.S. and China will speak as soon as next week. That's on progress in implementing phase 1 of the trade deal. President Trump has threatened to terminate the agreement if Beijing doesn't adhere to the terms, which, okay, that makes sense. Sources tell us it will be the first time Chinese Vice Premier Liu He and U.S. Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer have spoken since January. The Bank of England is signaling it may need to do more to combat the coronavirus slump. Policymakers voted unanimously to keep their benchmark interest rate unchanged at a record low 0.1% for now, but 2 voted for an immediate £100 billion increase in bond buying. And the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, can form a government despite the corruption charges against him. That's the ruling of the country's highest court. It's a controversial decision that paves the way to ending more than a year of political stalemate and forming the first permanent government since 2018. The start of Netanyahu's criminal trial is set for late May. BlackRock's Larry Fink has a stark message for investors. Things are likely to get worse. In a call this week, he sketched out a grim outlook for corporate America. That includes mass bankruptcies, empty planes, and an increase in the corporate tax rate to as much as 29%. Fink says there's a risk the outbreak will be severe enough to leave a long-lasting impact on the American psyche. Global news, 24 hours a day, on air, and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Anna?
Matt, let's talk about other corporates that we've been hearing from in this reporting season. The ability to keep essential goods moving around the world has been a key issue during this pandemic, of course. We spoke to the CEO of Hapag-Lloyd, that is Germany's biggest shipping company. Take a listen.
I mean, our business has changed basically since the thing started in Asia. Initially, we were mainly impacted by reduced volumes out of China, of course, because the pandemic hit there then. That came back pretty fast. And of course, we see now basically since end of March, beginning of April, the impact also in other parts of the world, mainly in Europe and now increasingly also in other places like for instance, India. And that in the end has a material impact on global flows. And there I believe that the indications you get from some of the global institutes like Clarkson, so of minus 10% on an annualized basis, probably not that wrong.
So what have you had to do in terms of changing routes? We're hearing a lot about companies and countries turning inwards, right? So less globalization and more of a need to source things internally during this time. Have you had to change routes because of that?
No, I mean, we have generally seen volumes come down now, especially into the second quarter, but one would also expect that on the back of this pandemic. You don't really see a lot of change in sourcing patterns just yet, but some of it might, of course, come if you look a couple of years ahead.
Rolf, it's Guy in London. Look, on the screen right now, we've got your share price. It is up over the last year, 504%. You just told me that you're facing difficult times when it comes to seaborne container traffic. Why is your share price up as much as it is? Can you give us some degree of explanation?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's not on us to comment on that, and to be honest, we're also trying to understand that, as there is no obvious reason for it.
So, Mr. Hapag-Jensen, explain to us the cost-cutting program. You are sort of being proactive about trying to rein in costs, even though you say things are improving in Asia and will likely improve in Europe and the US as well. What do you think you'll have to do? Will you have to lay off staff? Will you have to decommission container ships?
I mean, what we are doing is, of course, when something like this happens, the first thing you need to do is control cost and manage cash, and that's why we're looking at every single category to see where we can save some money. In the end, with a business of our size, that then, of course, quickly amounts to a big sum of money in terms of people. And we were being cautious right now in backfilling open positions, but right now we have no plans to do any significant layoffs, for example.
Talk to us about liquidity, because you did get an outlook change at Moody's to negative from stable. Are you concerned about your ability to access capital markets, and how much do you need to access capital markets?
No, we are not concerned about that. We have taken some precautionary measures, as probably everybody has done, but right now we don't think that we will need that.
Rolf, do you see consolidation in this sector? You indicated, I think it was in an interview a few days back, talks about kind of consolidation and what can happen and whether or not we're going to see other competitors of yours going out of business. Is that an opportunity to kind of roll up other businesses, or do you think that actually in the post-COVID-19 world, the container demand, container volumes will be lower, and actually as these businesses go out of business, that will help balance the market?
I mean, it's difficult to say. I mean, we're just into this crisis, and also in the interview a couple of days back, I said that I don't see anyone falling over anytime soon. If, of course, this crisis lasts a lot longer than everybody thinks right now, then that might change, but that's not in the cards right now.
And that was Rolf Haben-Jansen, the CEO of Hapag-Lloyd, which is the biggest shipping company here in Germany. Coming up, Larry Fink's warning. The CEO of BlackRock has a stark message for corporate America. It is stark. We'll discuss next. This is Bloomberg.